Good morning, and welcome to the Town of Surf City Workshop Agenda for March 15th, 2024. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilwoman Trudy to say our pledge. No, our invocation. Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah. Jeremy's going to do our pledge.
Ooh, packed house.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you and thank you for all who've gathered today. We thank you for our life, for life itself. We thank you for the sustenance that you continue to provide, for the ability to be involved in useful work here in our town. We thank you for the freedoms that we have here that many people do not have. Lord, we pray over our time together, our conversations. We pray that we use our time wisely, use our words wisely, leave here spreading goodness, loving on our neighbors, doing good things for our town so that we can all join together, have a better place that we live, where we raise our families, where we continue to grow and prosper, Lord. And we just ask your blessings upon all of this. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, guys, I hope y'all are excited to be here. We got a very long presentation of department head budgets, so I'm going to immediately turn it over to Kyle after we adopt the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The agenda is adopted. So I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, and he'll be calling on the individual departments to present.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and fellow council persons, members of the public, and department heads and staff. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the department heads and for all the work that they've done to get us to this point. It's a lot to analyze what their work programs are, what their needs are to fulfill really the needs of our residents and visitors here in Surf City. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. The purpose of today's budget presentation is for departments to give explanations and help council understand what their requests are, where their requests are stemmed from, et cetera, as we move through this process. We are not here to balance a budget today. That will come after this meeting. However, I certainly urge council to make sure you ask questions so that you have that understanding. So when we come back in April, you know some of the changes and you can reflect on those easily. So there's no question minor enough to ask, and I feel like I need to stress this because this is our first budget with a couple new members, and you know, also when we go through this process, if you feel like you need more information or we're not doing something, just let us know, and we're happy to fill any voids that may exist. So first and foremost, I'm going to kind of go through the budget book real quick with you. You don't have to open it if you do not want to, but this is organized by fund, in numerical order, but starting with our revenue funds, and we're not going to talk a lot about revenues today, but you can sort of see where our projections are at in the anticipated note. Or admin recommended. Those may be fine-tuned as we continue to move forward through this process. Again, we need to seek a balanced budget, so therefore expenditures need to match those revenues, and we can't increase revenues just because we want to increase expenditures. It doesn't work that way. We'll find ourselves in trouble at the end of a fiscal year. So moving on, we will get into Fund 10, which is your general fund. Primary sources of revenue for this is going to be property tax and sales tax. then of course a couple of other inputs that go into it. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. We will start with the governing body. So I'd say take it easy for this department. But no, the governing body is a budgeted department because there are certain expenditures that are tied to council and the mayor, which go to mainly a modest travel and training budget, some minor compensation for meetings and travel that you all do. The request, as you can see, is generally consistent from all operational standpoint. There was a minor increase in travel supplies and subscriptions due to rising costs. Things that fall in the subscriptions would be League of Municipalities, your Council of Governments dues, et cetera. Our special projects increased to accommodate new audience chairs for the council members, or excuse me, for council chambers. These chairs in council chambers were brought over from Old Town Hall. They're showing some wear and tear, a little rust, and we want to make sure that we represent ourselves to the best of our ability. So we have budgeted for some new chairs. Sorry for audience members today, but maybe next year we'll get some new chairs. And then special events significantly decreased because of the budgeted funds for the 75th anniversary. Was there any questions on governing body as we go through that on any of the line items that you have? Again, a very modest budget, for you. It's pretty straightforward for a governing body. All right, hearing none, we will move quickly through other Fund 10 expenditures, which then fall into legal. We have a line item for funding our elections. We must pay the Board of Elections to have municipal elections, and then also insurance costs for the town. There's a line item that budgets for that. So legal, we've upped that to $65,000 as opposed to $60,000 from the current year. Our elections budget goes down to 0 because we'll be operating within that even year. We will not have an election within this budget cycle. And then you can see your insurance costs have gone up just a little bit from $436,500 to $447,500. Any questions about those three line items? Within that also too, within your book, you'll see, and this is not funded through Fund 10, but the request from the Greater Topsail Area Chamber of Commerce, they did request $3,000 for the town's contribution this year. There is a letter from their executive director. We will evaluate that request, and I'll provide a recommendation back to council as we bring forth the budget for April. Okay, getting into admin. So the admin department is comprised of myself, Carla, and Amy Hubbard up front. So we'll get in here. We did increase uniform allowance, $50 per person. Supplies and printing increases just due to some rising costs. Increase our training budget for higher registration fees. Again, training and travel are typically split out. Training covers your registration, any books or materials necessary. Travel is going to be for gas or vehicle or hotel or meals. I'm requesting $50,000 to be set aside for survey, design, and permitting for the lands adjacent to Old PD. That will get us started with that project. Also, too, trying to leverage that money for some additional grant funds. When we can have a local match, that also helps us in working that. And then also, I have put in here $25,000 requested for grant writing services. based on demand or opportunity. So I did not request a position for this. However, am seeking some funds to set aside that we can use for professional services if a grant comes up that we feel is important and perhaps we don't have the in-house expertise or the resources to get that completed. I submitted $10,000 requested for a local government fellow, which is generally an intern program where recent college graduates are supplemented through this program, local government fellows program, and they will come work in a municipality for a year. So that's a way for us to get a intern employee for essentially $10,000. I've submitted an application for the request. I don't know if we will get that or not, but I wanted to budget the funds in there in case we were successful for that, and in case council was supportive of that request. The other of note item was $10,000 requested for the no wake zone buoys. As you recall, this council adopted a resolution to take to North Carolina Wildlife. So we went out and surveyed those areas and have gotten some preliminary cost estimates on pile driving for signage that would eventually go up through the intercoastal waterway, recognizing the no wake zone channels. Again, that process is still working its way through North Carolina Wildlife. If they approve that no wake zone, it still has to be approved through the General Assembly. So I believe that is the bulk of the admin budget per se. Again, happy to try to answer any questions for each one of those line items. All right, you guys are making it too
Oh,
easy.
the line, excuse me, I do have, the line item, 509100, the 52.5, that was the grant writing?
509100. 50,000. Yes, ma'am. That is.
It says 52.5.
Okay. I had
Professional
50.
services.
Professional services,
Oh,
52.
okay. I'm sorry. My book says 50. The 2,500. Okay, yeah, the two separate line items. So 2,500 is professional services that we keep in there in case I need to look at something. For example, we've had some preliminary wetland studies done on properties just to for a little bit of seed money if something comes up. This is not earmarked for any specific project at this point.
And when you look at the capital outlay, admin and capital outlay, that's the biggest increase. Could you just highlight that again for me?
Let's see.
That's the biggest increase. I was trying to understand. Because one's 34,000, one's 134. I know, I've got to reference it over here, but it's on this sheet. It's
Can
on
you
the
give me
last
a
sheet.
number?
I know. You do. Well, I assume it's all tallied in. When you say on this sheet, it's capital outlay, out in admin, and this is in capital outlay. I'm trying to understand.
Okay,
those
that
numbers.
was last year's numbers.
This is 24 requested.
Yeah, where this is, we're FY '25 requested.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. So sorry. You're right. I'm
So
on the wrong
that,
column.
that 34 will cover the welcome to sign, and then the 100 something, I don't
see.
recall what that number was, but that's in this current year budget.
Okay, I got it. This was a different sheet. Thank you.
Shut your computer off, Hugh. Turn your computer down. Hugh, stop it. Turn it down.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on.
Again, if something comes up, just let us
I
know.
think we're all taking notes as we go.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
are,
yeah.
and that column wasn't lined up, so thank you.
Gotcha. All right, moving on to our Human Resources Department, Ms. King.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Everyone knows me, but for the audience, I'm Lydia King, and I'm the Human Resources Director for the town of Surf City. I am currently a one-person department, and the Human Resources Department covers and works with all of the other departments within the town. And we have, I say we. Most of the time I say we because I'm not ever working alone. There's always someone that I'm working with on there. The department, I forgot to click, sorry. Wait a minute. That's not mine.
Just keep clicking.
Okay. I'm going the wrong way, okay. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with me this morning. Probably because I'm first, right? Okay. So the Human Resources Department only has slightly increased things across the board. This department carries the employee appreciation budget for all of the employees. It also carries the NeoGov platforms and the pay studies. So this is where my increases for this department is at, as well as asking for a new person. We have expanded, or I have requested expansion of the Employee Assistance Program. And what the Employee Assistance Program is that is a program that employees have access to therapy, financial services, legal services for themselves and their households, 3 sessions per person per year. So if they are having any kind of issues at home or anything, they can contact our EAP to do that. This is also the platform we use if we have to use disciplinary action. We do it through the EAP, which is with McLaughlin and Young. The pay study, it is time for us to do a pay study update. So that is another thing that is increasing the budget for human resources. We did the original one, we started it in 2020, and it was implemented in 2021. We finally got everything in. And since then, as the Human Resources Department, have done many studies on different departments to kind of keep them in pace with everyone else. We've done a really good job by increasing our cost of living every year, so that increases and keeps it up. However, in doing research this year on a few of the departments, it is looking like we may be falling out of line. So my suggestion is for 24-25 is to go back and do a full pay study update. We would be using the same company that we used last time. They have all our data, so it would not cost. It's basically a refresher. So the cost of a full pay study would not be there. It would only be the update, and we would do every position top to bottom with them. Okay. We also increased for the employee appreciations funds just a little bit because we do have some retirees coming up this year for our service awards, and then just the employee events, just cost over for those things have just slightly increased. So there's only a slight increase in that. The majority of my budget increase is tied to my personnel request. That is where the majority of that's going to come from. Which way, this way? Okay. So I just wanted to go over a little bit on what the core functions of human resources are, because a lot don't understand. They hear human resources and they think, oh gosh, we're in trouble. And that's not what this department is about. Human Resources literally has the title of what I do, resources. And I'm a resource for all of our employees, for our council, for the town. And the core functions that I do are the recruiting with assistance from our PIO. She's the one that puts out all the ads for us. But physically entering, onboarding, offboarding all candidates and everything that falls under my purview. I also work with the town manager when we are selecting benefits, but I am the administrator of the benefits, the one that's putting everything in the computers, the ones that are making the changes. Also, when we have FMLA, which is our Family Medical Leave Act, when we have employees that are going out on paternity leave or maternity leave, or they have some sort of surgeries or things of that nature, I manage all of that and administrate the whole program. And COBRA insurance platforms, I also am the administrator of that. And what COBRA is that when an employee leaves us, they have the ability to stay on our insurance, but they have to pay for it. And they get the same coverage and everything. So that's something I also administer. And then, of course, the employee assistance program. I do help any employee that needs to navigate through that, where they need to go to get in the right place with our EAP. I also ensure all of the local, state, and federal regulations, which include the EEOC, the Department of Labor, ADA, and the Affordable Care Act, and the administration and monitoring of our personnel policy. So anytime anything legally changed, I have to make sure that our policy is in line with that and make any kind of changes we do. And anything that the town or the board wishes to change with our handbook, then we have to go through that process, and I'm the one that does that. I also work very closely with our emergency manager, Mr. James Horn, for risk management. We share this task, and I say task loosely. It is a huge undertaking and would not be able to manage this without Mr. Horn helping. But I do the setting up of the employee training and making sure that all of the documents are being carried through with the Department of Labor, and then he will get into a little bit more on what he does, but we work very closely together with the risk management. Okay, another thing that HR is responsible for is the maintenance of all of our HR platforms. And our HR platforms are things that all of the employees use. So it's not just the HR department. For example, the NeoGov. That is where our employee portal sits. That is where we hire and do our recruiting on the government job side. That's the side for the employees, governmentjobs.com. The NeoGov side is our side. That's where we maintain all of our employee records, hiring, training, payroll changes, like the W4s, NC4s. All of those things go through NeoGov, and I maintain that platform. I also manage the HRWS, which is the Human Resources Worksite Services. That is help us to keep in compliance with all of the ACA information, which is the Affordable Care Act, through our insurances. We have to make sure that's all monitored correctly, and I handle that platform. Then MCSJ, which is through Edmunds, which is our finance and billing software. I am responsible for entering all new employees and keeping up any changes, and then payroll, or finance, I'm sorry, that's who runs the payroll. I'm just doing the initial setups on those. And then, of course, our pay scale maintenance, that falls under our HR jobs, and maintaining of all of the personnel records, both electronically and paper. And then the next thing of my core functions for this town is working with the department heads and the town manager with disciplinary actions, the compensation, any employment law, any employment law changes that have happened that will affect us, any policies and procedures. And then, you know, the main thing is employee relations. I'm who they come to, and I hope that's who I'm who they come to seek things as far as the resources, what they need and where they need to go to get them, as well as the benefits, and as I stated, the training. Also, I work, which this one is, you really don't think about this one a whole lot, or at least a lot of people don't. The job description, maintenance, and creation. I work very closely with the department heads. Every time we have an opening, we look at those job descriptions, make sure they're still on track and that job's doing what we need. Or if we have positions, which do happen, that are new positions, we create those and make those things. So that is the core functions of HR. Do we have any questions there? It might be easier if you kind of step through each section. Okay. So a little bit on our townwide benefits. The townwide benefits are only for our full-time employees. And that includes our retirement pension, which is 401k and 457, and then the North Carolina retirement, which ours is called Ledgers, which is North Carolina's local government retirement system. And they mandate how much retirement we are paying towards each employee. And this year, they did a mandatory increase of 1.5% for all of the full-time employees. The insurance, the core insurance, our medical insurance, we're looking at an 8 to 10% trend on the increase, and that is reflected in the budgets on that. The vision is looking at about a 1% increase, and we will negotiate these rates. We look at the different companies compared to the usage, because we do have access to the utilization reports to see what's being used, so we can make adjustments with that. And when I say we, I'm speaking about myself and the town manager, and then our broker who lays out all of our different options with different companies for, like, we're currently with Blue Cross Blue Shield, but we look at Cigna, we look at United Healthcare, we look at what's being, what is taken by the doctors in the areas we are in. Our dental insurance this year is open for renewal. We have super high usage on our dental insurance in this town. We have like 80% usage on that. So what we do with our dental, because they're a basic dental insurance, we will lock them in on a 2-year cycle, and then on the 3rd year we bid it, because when it comes up to use them again, it's usually like a 40% increase. So that's when we go back and bid out that with a different insurance company, and then we'll lock them in for 2 years on that. Life insurance, we also negotiate that to make sure that that's there. And this life insurance is the life insurance that we pay for our employees for on and off the job if something was happening to them. We do have a small life insurance policy for them. It's a term life insurance policy that ends at midnight on the last day that they're employed. We also have HRA, which is our health and reimbursements accounts that we have for our full-time employees, and our cafeteria plans. And what the cafeteria plans are flexible spending accounts for medical and pre-tax dependent cares. Those are items that the employee contributes to themselves. And then, of course, our supplemental insurances, which currently are accident, short-term and long-term disability, cancer, and then we have term, whole, and universal life on those. And then I spoke about our employee assistance program. We are looking to increase that to cover all employees, not just full-time, but all of our employees, including our part-time and our seasonal. It's just a slight increase to cover, it's $400 increase to cover everybody over what we already have. Any questions? Okay. So one thing we have been working on, and I do feel like this is an accomplishment, this is a massive group accomplishment, is our recruitment and retention committee. We started that in November of this year, and we have had several meetings, and we have our goals for what the R&R committee will have, which is to recruit and attract high-quality candidates, make the hiring process as efficient as possible, and then retain those employees that we have hired. We have had several meetings and worked through this, and I'm happy to say that the strategic plan, draft plan, will be going to you guys in April. So I'm really proud of that. We had a lot of hard work on that and a lot of input from employees, from the department heads, and working with the town manager, we were able to get that plan together to go to you guys. And hopefully, this will help us with our retention and recruitment, and it's something that we can build and work on throughout the years and just keep changing it as necessary.
I'm sure you've said this, and I'm sure you, who's on the committee again?
So the committee is, I would have to, you put me on the spot.
Sorry.
There is a representative from every department on there.
Yeah, myself, Lydia, David Price,
Alan-
James,
Alan Wilson.
Jody, Amy,
Alan Wilson.
Sergeant Peterson, Alan Wilson, Garrett, Chris, you weren't on there?
Yes, he is. Yes. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Any other questions about, I'm really excited for you guys to see that. Okay. And our Employee Appreciation Committee. So we started this several years ago, and this has become quite the success with our employees. It promotes teamwork. It promotes morale. Sometimes it's extremely simple little things that we do, and we also have that committee. The committee is a rotating committee on this one, and we do have a representative from each department. General rule, not a department head. We do try to have the others, employees involved in that, and they get really excited. The Employee Appreciation Committee is responsible for saying what employee events we want to do throughout the year, what the service awards will be, and then what the employees might want that we've not thought about. One of the things that came out of it a couple years ago was a social, we call it an ice cream social. We get ice cream for all the employees. We set up a time they can go in the summer and get ice cream. It was the most received, simple. Everybody was happy to get ice cream. So that's something that they wanted to keep on. And you can see on there some of the pictures. We have pictures of our chili cook-off, which we just have. There's a couple of pictures of our town manager and our mayor playing kickball on there.
Still recovering.
And then Mr. David Price was in charge of cooking our pig at Thanksgiving. So these are all events that we come together. We do set up some funds for that, but really, honestly, the majority of this is coming from the employees. They make sides, come in, donate things to come through. But this committee is really important, and I'm very happy that it's supported by council on this. So we also make partnerships with some other agencies like Civic, Federal Credit Union, and the League to kind of offset things, and they're more than happy to give us a pig to cook or, sponsor different events that we have throughout the year for employee appreciation. Okay. So here's the big one. I am asking for a human resources technician to assist all of the employees in this town. We have grown 16.89% since 2020 in the last 4 years. That includes our full-time, our part-time, and our seasonal. In 2020, we had 148 employees. In 2023, we have 173. And all of this has been increased through all of the departments. And there's a few things that have contributed to that, which have been excellent for our town. Just wanted to also point out that the Society for Human Resource Management, which is the agency for human resources, in 2024, it's 1.4 HR representatives per 100 employees. And we're at 173 now. So we're a little behind with the 173 positions. The contributing factors of our increased employees, as I said, have been fantastic, and there are great reasons to have this happen, is because we have expanded and created new programs with the community. Ocean Rescue Swimmers program was created. The Beach Intern program was created. The Police Cadet program was created. We expanded summer camps, and we have also the after school. This is where the core of the increased employees has come from, was these increases in programs. This is a representation of our surrounding communities, of the number of HR people that they have to the employees. And we are currently at one full-time HR employee at 173 town employees. Carolina Beach has 2.5 to 208. Bald Head Island has 2 to 96. Emerald Isle has 2 to 196, and Curry Beach has 2 to 103. So the effect of the increased employees has, the more employees we have, the more needs we have. So this slide shows you how we have increased on items that HR has to handle, touch, be part of from 2020 to 2023, 37.75% increase on personnel actions, retirements, performance evaluation reviews, and benefit changes. These are things that I have to have firsthand every single year that we do. And the more employees we add, the more these come through. The policy changes and the form changes and the job descriptions, that has to increase by 46% since 2020. And what that is makes up of, let me explain on the policies. So policy rewrites, that comes with us updating the handbooks and things of that nature. And then just writing new policies on things that we didn't have that we're coming in. Some of that comes in through the risk management side of it. We're starting to have to write those policies in. And then, of course, policies that are coming down from the state or local government because they said we have to change this and make sure it's in our policy. Handbook updates are fairly self-explanatory. Creation of new forms. That one might be a little bit, so what that means is within our NeoGov platform, we have to make forms and changes whenever the state says we have to have new policies. Those forms that we don't have, I have to create. And I create those in NeoGov to be able to use for all of our employees and all of our departments and department heads. And then new job descriptions or job description rewrites, those happen every time we have a vacancy that goes out. The job description is reviewed, edited, and put back out before before we advertise. I apologize. Okay. Any questions? So these cases these vary throughout the year, and they don't always as steady, but with FMLA cases, our FMLA, which is our family medical leave, and our risk management incidents. So as you can see, that kind of goes up and down, and in 2022, that went a little high. We had several that had new additions to their families, so those were part of this in here. And then our risk management, those incidents are anything that has happened with an accident with an employee during work hours on the job that may or may not result in some sort of DOL reporting. This means there was an incident, it could be very minor to something major, but we do have to do the paperwork on that and send that to our insurance, which is with the league, regarding workers' comp and those things. So this is what this has looked like over the last 4 years.
What does DOL stand for?
Department of Labor. So yeah, North Carolina Department of Labor. Yes, sir. Okay. So that is all why I am asking for a position in Human Resources, to provide assistance to myself and the town employees for the technical support and administration support. This person would be able to also answer questions for applicants related to the policies, trainings, and benefits. They would assist with recruiting and onboarding, new hire orientation and offboarding. They would also assist in programs for NeoGov platforms, performance management, and the risk management duties. They would also assist in maintaining and updating policies, including the handbook and manuals. And this would also build a succession plan for the Human Resources Department with an anticipated salary between 43 to 44. And the reason why we need a succession is I will be retiring in the next 5 years. So we do need to get someone in that we can start working on this. And also it will help lighten the load And I truly believe if we have 2 people here, we can better serve you as a council and most importantly, our employees. Because with the amount of things that are increases, honestly, some days did I fail our employees today? Because there is a lot, and I want to be able to do the very, very best I can to help them, and I would hope that the person, if approved, you could get in, we'd have 2 people that could be awesome resources for our employees and help to expand the services that we have. And that's all, unless you have questions.
Mitch, is that proposal a full-time employee?
Yes, absolutely. It would be a proposal of a full-time employee, sir.
Do you feel at this point we need to hire somebody that is experienced in the field in general, or, okay?
Yes. As an HR technician, it would be someone who has knowledge of, at a minimum, the basis of, like when Mr. Cannady asked what DOL was, that those things would be things that they already know. They are aware of what ACA is, what risk management is, what workers' comp is, what benefits means, and retirement, have some basic knowledge of those items. We'd be looking for someone who could hit the ground running on that.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia.
Sorry. Thank you, guys. Okay.
Up next is our Information Technology Department, Mr. Jason Lingle. So there's a question about a boot allowance that was in the back of the HR. So for certain field positions that are required to wear steel-toe boots, we do provide a $100 boot allowance per year. My assumption, or not assumption, I know that we are going to increase that because you can't buy a good pair of boots for $100 anymore. That's all that was.
Okay, thank you.
So utilities, facilities and grounds, I think has some boots and,
Chris, thumbs up.
yeah, so,
Okay.
they buy them on their own and then we reimburse them.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
We'll try to get started here. My name is Jason Lingle. I'm the IT director for the town of Surf City. And I'm going to give you some slides at first with a high-level overview and cover some of our network and physical security initiatives. Finally, we'll conclude with a review of changes within our upcoming budget request compared to the prior year. I'll read through a quick summary of the IT department. The IT department manages and maintains the town's IT infrastructure and services. This includes managing the town's computer systems, network, servers, emails, and other related functions. The department also provides technical support to other departments and assists in implementing new IT initiatives. Overall, the IT department plays a crucial role in ensuring the smooth functioning of the town's technological resources. The IT department comprises 2 employees. The IT director and Christopher Wright, our IT specialist. Since joining us, he has been an essential team member. He is first in line for our help desk ticket system. He gathers information for our public information requests, and he works alongside me on larger projects and provides valuable assistance. Chris has become proficient in managing our audio and video system and is currently overseeing the control room during this meeting. Thanks, Chris. We support approximately 110 users, including the governing board and department heads. We work closely with each department to understand their unique needs and collaborate with them regularly, whether hiring new employees or working on new projects. On a day-to-day basis, we purchase, install, and maintain workstations, monitors, printers, networking equipment, surveillance assets, and audio and video gear. We manage all technology equipment internally, when possible from procurement to end of life, thus reducing costs. Website assistance and training is provided to employees who require help. We try to stay up to date on different modules and techniques that can be used to develop web pages in the most user-friendly and accessible way. We aim to ensure that citizens can easily read and understand the data on our website. We are closely collaborating with the PIO and will provide as much assistance as we can as she continues to improve the website. And finally, IT provides technical support for meetings, including web conferences. We set up the equipment, troubleshoot technical issues, and ensure that everything runs smoothly. Our goal is to provide a great experience for everyone, whether in person or online. We'll start with a high-level overview of our duties, mainly those related to network and physical security. Network security is crucial for organizations to protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, theft, and damage. We implement solutions such as firewalls, encryption, access control, and monitoring tools. This upcoming year, I would like to send Chris, our new tech, for additional training and certifications, specifically focusing on network. The risks are ever evolving. A powerful tool available to us is the resources provided by the North Carolina Cybersecurity Response Force. They will provide a key role with an independent third-party perspective as we harden our defenses. IT also plays a role in physical security. This includes planning, purchasing, and installing of surveillance systems. Surveillance is important for maintaining the safety and security of people and properties. We work directly with departments to ensure we provide a solution that meets their needs. We also manage the access control systems. This includes setting up schedules, repairing failing hardware, upgrading, administrating users, reviewing log files, and monitoring and responding to active alerts. Endpoint security is a form of cybersecurity designed to protect devices that connect to our systems and infrastructure to do work. We use advanced detection and response software. It is proven effective and goes above and beyond your standard antivirus and anti-malware software. A great security risk is a system that is not maintained or kept current. We strive to maintain the latest versions and updates on all systems. It is a large task, but it is crucial. We utilize various software to monitor and assist in pushing these updates as needed. And before discussing the increases in the current budget, we're going to take a look at that now. You'll notice the printing and travel lines have remained flat. Telephone increased $1,100. This is from two items. The first is to add cellular connectivity to the IT vehicle. This would allow us to quickly deploy a mobile Wi-Fi hotspot anywhere we locate the vehicle. It would have dual carriers and redundancy should one carrier go down or perform poorly. For the next item in telephone, I'm requesting funds to purchase a small portable hotspot that will be available for loan to employees as needed to provide safe and secure connections at conferences or anywhere it may be useful. The device is free, but this covers the monthly costs. Up next is vehicle maintenance, a $50 increase for purchasing new decals. I'm requesting an additional $100 for uniform allowance. This will help with purchasing additional town shirts for our technician. The dues and subscription line increases primarily licensing fees. They go up due to employee growth. Many of the tools I use are based on how many instances we require. For example, more desktops will require additional antivirus and office licenses. Also, we have relocated the door access control renewal of $2,500 from contracted services to dues and subscriptions. On to hardware. This is our greatest expense line. The 15% increase is to cover the cost of additional police vehicle equipment needs and to cover the increase in laptop pricing, as we're falling short in our current calculation. Within this line, we still have our standard expenditures to cover the 5-year replacement plan on existing laptops and desktops. One of my goals is to reduce the cost of our subscription services. To do this, I'm requesting $9,748. This would cover replacing the core of our access control system for the municipal complex. Our access control system is currently costing us approximately $7,500 a year, requiring labor and travel from specialized vendors, This cost will not go away or decrease unless we take action to move to a different platform. The new platform will offer improved functionality and security, as well as remove these inadequacies. One thing to note, we wouldn't be losing all of the work that was put into the current install. This would only replace the controllers and some of the wiring. The 17% increase in licensing is primarily email and office applications, also due to growing needs. Our last expense line is networking. I have requested $10,000 for networking surveillance hardware to be installed at the new Earl G. and Inez Batts Recreation Complex. I also request $600 for a third-party review of our firewall policies. This will ensure our policies are optimized for security by a trusted company we have used for over a decade. On our final slide, we are looking at a decreased expense on the expense lines. First, contracted services. The 86% reduction totals to $7,600. This is due to removing an old public safety debt payment plan. It has been completed and no longer needs funding. And as previously mentioned, we moved the door access control system annual cost to the correct line, dues and subscriptions. Services have been reduced by 7%, a total of $1,300. This is just tightening up the line as I know the exact amount of the payments. In the training line, we have reduced cost by $800 as our continuing education provider charges less than previously expected. The reduction was large enough that we were still able to add the training and certifications. The gasoline line has been reduced $400 after reviewing our current costs. I believe this is sufficient for our needs. And supplies has been reduced by $200. The small reductions are just best used for other expense lines. And that's it. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Just a clarification to make sure I understood. On the previous slide under networking, about the Inez, you said it was something to do with Inez Batts. Was it security cameras? Is it the network, or is
it's
it
network
access, or what does that mean?
It's a little of everything. So it's going to provide network on the various, we use a wireless system as well as cable internet at the location. And it's going to provide internet throughout a good portion of the park, as well as surveillance to cover.
Public access internet, or is that employee access internet?
We haven't delved into the public access. Yeah, it would just be employee or vendor, is what I was expecting.
One other question, on the hardware, you said it was for, most of the increase was police vehicle needs?
Yes, sir.
Is that like your labor part of correcting those, or is that?
No, it's
hardware?
like the cable or the modems that go in the vehicles, as well as the antennas that go in there, and there's also MDTs. Whenever it's a new vehicle, it usually requires a whole new MDT that stays with the vehicle.
I just didn't realize that would be your budget. I thought that would be the other.
And if he did budget into that, we'll look at reducing that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
On the town access control systems, are we moving to a different vendor?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be a whole new vendor, no ongoing subscription costs, and we could do it all in-house.
Okay. So a big part of that decrease is going to be us being able to manage it in-house.
That's it, yes.
As far as salary and wages, under your name and Chris's name, it says 75%. Is that is because a portion of his salary comes from different departments? Okay.
Portion of his salary and Chris's salary is charged to water, sewer, and stormwater if it's approved.
Anybody have any other questions?
I think it's nice that you had a whole slide about reductions.
And it was at the end. What a great.
So thank you.
It's the big ending slide.
I know, it was nice.
All right.
I was smiling, Jason.
That's what it was.
That's why I was
It sounds
smiling.
like a challenge for the
I know,
remaining.
now everybody's gonna
You
feel
really
bad.
set the bar high here.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Okay.
Thank you.
Great job, Jason.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
All right, up next, we have Melissa Moore, our finance director.
Morning, council. This morning, we're going to focus on a couple of our most time-consuming task that finance is currently working on. As you're well aware from our board retreat, we talked a lot about investments. Currently, we have $22 million invested with First Citizens Wealth. You guys were interested in investing some more funds. We talked to the North Carolina Investment Pool yesterday to see what our options were with that firm. They're much more like North Carolina Capital Management Trust. We would receive a daily rate, so we would not be locked in for an extended period of time. So they don't offer the service that we're looking for currently. And it is a new group sanctioned by the state. It was formed by Buncombe County and Wake County, and they're providing those options to other investors. Within the next year, they will develop a term investment which will fit for us. We will be able to invest for 2 to 6 months, which is what we're looking for, so that our money is free during hurricane season. So we will revisit our conversation with them within the next year about investment opportunities with them. We'll also be talking to some other groups, and we may look at investing more money with First Citizens if that is your desire. Also, we are in the process of developing the MCSJ dashboard. It is the early development phases. This dashboard will be available on our website eventually. It'll also be available to you guys, department heads and citizens. It will show our current financial position in a flash. It'll review revenues, expenditures, budgets, actual to budget comparisons, charts and graphs, the total town budget versus a fund budget. So if you wanted to look at the whole $32 million budget, or if you just wanted to single out David's water or sewer budget. So we will have those options. This is a glance of how it looks now. Like I said, it is in the development stages. So if you look at the balances for these revenues, it doesn't really tie back to the numbers, but we're working those kinks out with MCSJ. This shows you what we anticipated, which is what you budgeted for revenue, and what we had actually collected. So right now, for your budget, we have budgeted around $34 million, and we've collected $23 or $25 million so far. If you look at your expenditures as of right now, we're at 39%. As we talked about at the budget retreat, that will increase once we complete our interdepartmental transfers. Do you guys have any questions? So our ongoing projects include updating and developing multiple policies that are related to finance, fund balance, and investments. We're updating forms and improving processes. We're implementing additional collection methods for past due property taxes, and we are reviewing our credit card and bank fees, ensuring the town is receiving the best rates possible. So we'll move on into our increased budget expenditures for contract services. MCSJ dashboard, we signed up for that. That's going to cost us $5,500. I think we were paying for a different service through Jason's budget, so that eliminated some costs there. Kronos, our different services via Kronos will increase by $9,000, and it's due to additional users and services.
Kronos is our timekeeping software.
Kronos is where we clock in and out. Professional services, we have contracted with First Tryon Advisors. We do anticipate moving forward with our community center expansion, fire station, and public utilities complex. That will most likely require outside loan funding. So First Tryon will help us with the financial decisions, the LGC process, and ensuring that we receive the best rate. We are budgeting that, so we have the cost accounted for, but if the project was to move forward, those costs would become part of the project once the construction begins. And then PMSI prints our tax bills for us. Their bills increased a little bit by $3,750. They print our tax bills for both Onslow and Pender County. They stuff them and mail them and all that good stuff for us. So those are our increases in contract services and professional services. We anticipate postage going up, one, because the postage rate went up, but we are also mailing out multiple return tax bills. check notifications, increased checks, W-2s, and 1099s. Our printing costs increased, same as everyone else because of increased costs. It increased by $1,710. Dues and subscriptions, this past year we we signed a subscription with Locate Software. It's used to update addresses for return tax bills, utilities bills, as well as locate owners of our estate checks. And this will also assist with collecting taxes and utilities. For the utility side, it would help us find social security numbers so we could attach to their debt set off for their tax returns for the state of North Carolina. Bank fees increased. This is associated with credit card fees. They continue to rise. Our bank fees continue to rise. And we also now have to pay a cost associated with our investment management with First Citizens. So these are the anticipated cost increases for Heartland, $4,500, First Citizen banking fees, $7,300, and First Citizens investment around $22,000. And that is
Just a standard
everything.
thing with banking fees, or is there options to, more competitive options, I guess I should say? Or is that just what it is?
That's something we're gonna be trying to reduce these costs.
You can put out an RFP for your banking, but you also have to factor in what facilities are around you to bank with. So First Citizen is the only one we can actually deliver deposits to. We could look at one that has a courier that comes by and picks up deposits once a week. But as interest rates rise on investments, your interest rates for services is gonna rise also to cover that. So. And we do you get charged based off the number of checks you're generating, based off the number of direct deposits. So as our services increase and we're generating more checks, deposits, your fee is gonna increase. Do you guys have any more questions? Thank you very much.
I have one for you.
Okay.
So Alley, let's talk about Alley real quick, HUP. So 12,691 comes from you all, right?
Yes, sir.
And then 38,000 comes from Price, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, got it.
Anyone have any more questions for Melissa? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Melissa, you can continue to hang out. Up next, we're gonna ask for Mr. James Horn, Emergency Management Director.
Morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you all for the opportunity to come speak with you this morning and for your consideration in this budget proposal as we plan out our next fiscal year. My name is James Horn. I am the Director of Emergency Management. Currently, our department is comprised of myself, as well as our Public Information Officer, Ms. Kelly Cannon. We sit on or participate in the Recruitment Retention Committee, Special Events Committee, the Pender County Local Emergency Preparedness Committee, the Pender County 911 Advisory Board, and the North Carolina Emergency Management Association Municipal Emergency Managers Caucus. A couple of notable highlights for the past year, past and current year. We've had 3 activations of the EOC. We've generated 22 tropical weather briefs. You all get those wonderful emails. We closely tracked 20 named storms last year in the 2023 Atlantic hurricane season. 2 of those posing near or direct threats to town here, so that was Idalia and Ophelia. We tracked 2 notable severe weather events, the nor'easter in November and kind of the weird severe weather we had back in January. We've hosted 6 2-day NIMS ICS training evolutions for town staff. We have continued administration of 11 open FEMA projects in coordination with finance. Actually, I checked this morning, 3 of those have been moved into closing, so we have 8 ongoing FEMA projects. We've monitored and reported on 2 stormwater infrastructure grants in coordination with utilities and town administration, and we just applied for 2 additional infrastructure grants. Hopefully should be hearing back soon on that. And lastly, we've worked with town staff as a whole, not just us, but everyone collectively to achieve 100% NIMS ICS training compliance. So that meets the federal government's training requirement. Oh, did you? Oh, thank you. Thank you. So just a brief summary of the department. The Department of Emergency Management stands at the forefront of incident readiness and response, serving as the catalyst to mobilize the appropriate individuals and resources promptly and effectively. Our primary objective is safeguarding life, property, critical infrastructure, and the environment. Embracing a comprehensive approach to managing all types of emergencies, we act as a conduit to foster and support a robust, resilient, and thriving Surf City. Additionally, through the dedication and hard work of our Public Information Officer, we provide transparent, timely, and relevant information to the public through various avenues and outlets, ensuring accuracy of content and consistency of messaging. On this slide, I've taken what I consider the three kind of major components of the department and kind of grouped some of the services provided. But in the spirit of respecting everyone's time, this only reflects a small, high-level snapshot. It's not everything, otherwise we'd be here after 5, and I know no one wants that. So, starting off with emergency management proper, we develop and maintain our disaster and incident planning packages for the town. That includes documents such as the Emergency Operations Plan, which serves as the foundational document for all of the kind of add-on planning documentation. So reentry plan, evacuation plan, debris management plan, kind of to name a few. We provide NIMS ICS training for town staff, kind of as needed. By providing those in-person offerings, I feel like we've been able to better explain why we do what we do during incident operations to our folks, especially those that don't necessarily live in the traditional first responder or public safety world. By the nature of public safety, the material we cover is kind of already ingrained in them because it's kind of what they do. But for folks not in there, they don't really know why we do what we do. So I feel by having that in-person interaction with folks that don't know, I can kind of meet them where they are, answer their questions, and break down those barriers for a better understanding and really broadening the training horizon across the board, not just necessarily, individual departments. We coordinate disaster and incident and event operations. We do this through forward support in the field or by setting up the EOC and supporting staff working the incident from this room. This isn't just an emergency management function. We integrate staff from other departments internally. We integrate staff from external resources and stakeholders, all to kind of ensure that we are providing coordination and support needed to effectively manage the incident at hand, whatever it may be, whether it be a special event or hurricane or avalanche, whatever. We have a lot of avalanches in Surf City. And lastly, we research, apply, and execute various grants, including those public assistance grants. We're always constantly trying to seek out alternative funding sources for projects around town to reduce the burden on the general fund. So that is always ongoing, and it makes our town manager happy. Moving into PIO. Oh, this.
Oh, it's thank you.
Oh, this, they've added on. Thank you. So for the Public Information Officer, we provide timely and accurate information to the public for activities and events, services, emergency messaging, and just general happenings around town through various communication avenues. Kelly works real close with other departments to ensure consistent and cohesive information transfer across the town space, reducing the likelihood of conflicting messages or content. She assists with media inquiries by coordinating interviews and public information releases. And she works with staff from each department to maintain uniformity and clarity across the town's website and web pages, as well as their social media accounts. Kind of the same message across the board. And before moving on, I'd just like to say that Kelly's really been a great addition to the Surf City team. She has hit the ground running since she got here. She's done a great job. How she's handled all of her task loading is amazing, so I can only imagine what the next year is going to look like for us. So Kelly, you can go ahead and Venmo me now. And lastly is risk management, like Ms. King was talking about. It's a relatively new role and responsibility that is a collaborative effort between me or between EM and Human Resources. Also, as she mentioned, it's a lot more broad and a little more in-depth than we had initially kind of anticipated moving into it. So I'm currently working through the safety and risk management certification process, so it's a training evolution to get spooled up on all the OSHA and ANSI and all the standards and qualifications. Once I complete that, our goal is to review and update the town's risk and safety management program, some of which will be a brand new concept, so that'll be brought to the board for review. We'll provide safety and risk reduction training for town staff, provide guidance for departments on safety, standard compliance, conduct root cause analysis of incidents, and then identify methods to prevent similar occurrences. This last one makes everyone happy. Conduct site and facility visits to assure and assess applicable safety standards compliance. Everyone loves it when the safety guy shows up. And as always, for all of these, there's the standby and all other duties as assigned. Into the fun stuff. So starting off with our capital outlay request, I only have one this year, and it is for a portable message board sign. I landed on this solution after researching and identifying ways to draw attention to our AM radio station. So, especially when we're transmitting specific specific messages. I was in IT world for a minute. We've utilized portable message board signs in the past, leading up to tropical weather events, some of our larger special events, and it worked really well. I heard quite a few people say, hey, I didn't even know we had that. You know, it's in all of our updates, it's in all our emails and everything, but it was well received. In the process of researching, portable versus fixed, a lot of places do use fixed signs, the signs on the side of the road with the little blinky lights that say, hey, tune into this station for emergency information. Well, in addition to the challenges of having to pull, electric service out to wherever that fixed site is, establishing a way to remotely trigger the lights so that it draws people's attention, at the end of the day, the sign still says, tune into whatever frequency for emergency information. You can't tailor that fixed sign to what it is you're trying to broadcast. So if it's, God forbid, hurricane related or special event or construction or whatever, you just have that de facto emergency information. Something we've seen in the past, specifically with Code Red, is kind of what I call end user apathy. So you send out messages kind of over and over and over and over and over, and before long, what ends to happen, or what turns up happening, is the person sees the number come up on their phone, and they're like, that's another debris pickup, or another whatever the case may be. It's not necessarily an emergency. In that scenario, we've established two different call-out numbers. So there's an emergency-only number, and then there's a general purpose number. And hopefully folks have saved them respectively in their phones. So if it pops up, Code Red emergency, they're like, okay, something's going on. So much to that end with the sign, I'm afraid if we use a fixed sign that says, tune to this frequency for emergency information, and we're triggering it for non-emergency information, when the time comes, will apathy raise its ugly head and folks not tune in because they're not thinking that it's anything emergent. So with all that kind of being considered, I landed and kind of concluded that the portable message board sign was the most efficient and effective method to draw public attention to tune to the AM station. It is self-contained, can be deployed anywhere. And like the radio station itself, we can change the message to reflect whatever we want, tune to for this purpose. And as a value add, we can never have enough of these things, it seems like. So when it's not being used for that purpose, obviously the other departments can utilize it for their messaging needs as well. Moving into capital improvement, everyone can probably go get some popcorn because this is going to be fun. I'm going to attempt to not get in the weeds and rehash stuff. So the Pender County radio replacement program that we had spoken about previously had a noticeable change in scope and focus. Originally, that project was focused on acquisition of new subscriber units that would have integrated with additional future county services, such as over-the-air programming, geolocation, and responder down alerts. However, county staff overseeing that project had to make the tough decision to refocus that project to specifically address replacement of subscriber units that are beyond their end of life and that will no longer function on the county's main radio system, the Viper system. There's some technology rules coming into effect in 2025 that certain radio subscribers will no longer work, no matter what you do to them. Although the project focus did shift, we are grateful for the opportunity that our county partners extended down to us and for their hard work in trying to bring that project, to fruition across the county. But they put a lot of time and effort into it, and it's not necessarily going away. It's just they're going to have to step back and relook at the whole thing. So, kind of with that in mind, as we were preparing for that, we identified some capacity gaps, I guess, or capability gaps in our internal radio fleet, police and fire and emergency management. Just kind of going back, I guess, on it, just as a reminder. So 66% of our current fleet technically has extended beyond the manufacturer's end of life. So what that means in normal people speak is when it breaks, you can't send it back to get it fixed. Screens go blank, knobs get torn off, the antennas get ripped off, things happen, right? I'm not saying they're being treated poorly, but they are out in the field every day doing things that public safety does. So damage does happen. In the interim, those subscribers that we have will still work until they don't. There is that. On top of the 66% that are beyond the end of life, the remaining 34%, the technology inside those units are over 12 years old. So I say this term very loosely. The average life cycle of a subscriber unit is 10 to 15 years, so 12.5 years, I guess. And generally speaking, when they reach that point, the manufacturer has released a follow-on unit to replace that existing unit, because it's a business, you have to sell products, right? 34% of that inventory has reached that 12-year life mark. I can tell you I've received no information from Motorola that says they're going to do away with that particular line of radio anytime soon, but as history states, 12 years, we are in the window for potential that they move forward. I can say they have released a new whole line of subscriber units, so it's not if, it's a matter of when, really. So kind of in all of that, in consultation with our police chief, fire chief, town manager, finance director, we've determined that it's most appropriate for us to look at a phased approach of refreshing the radio fleet, those subscriber units, yearly versus one-time hit of an exorbitant amount of money, right? So in this year's budget, I have allotted for $120,000 as a kind of a phase one, if you will, of a refresh plan. That would cover myself, police department, fire department assets. That would run ideally through fiscal year 34, so it is a 10-year project, replacing approximately 10 to 12 subscriber units a year. Obviously, as town grows and we onboard additional police and fire folks, and those radio numbers increase, we might have to adjust, but that's kind of the ballpark of where I'm at right now. Before I move into the next one, is there any glaring or open concerns?
Yeah.
What's the number of radios?
The total number of radios? So we have, on the last read, there was 107 subscriber units. My understanding, there's been additional already planned for acquisitions that I haven't read yet, but for sure 107. I'm going to estimate probably 110 by the time we roll around all the way.
Just curious, what's the one time? You said that we don't want to do a one time, we want to do it in a phased approach. What's the total?
In today's numbers, if we were to replace our subscriber units with current model, if you will, you're looking
Everything.
at 1.2 million. And there's already down the pipe a 5 to 7% per subscriber unit increase slated for third quarter of this year. So in 6 years, I couldn't even tell you.
So, out of the, and I should ask this question, but out of the total cache of radios, what's our average life, or what's our average age of radios? Because they weren't all purchased at the same time, so they're not all at 12 years, right?
Correct. So, well, yes and no. So initially, back in 2015, 2014, when we did do the big purchase, there was a model purchased that Motorola immediately discontinued. So that 66%, technically they are both roughly 12 to 14 years in age, right? Because you do it by the device's birth, not necessarily when we purchase it. So yeah, they're all roughly 12 to 15 years of age. We do have some older models that we were able to phase out in police and fire.
We've purchased radios.
We have.
Yeah.
So still, those radios are 12-year-old technology. That radio was released 12 years
But
ago.
you're talking about when they were bought.
Correct.
Or, excuse me, when they were produced, not
The
bought.
manufacturer looks at it as when it was born, not necessarily when you bought it.
So Chief could have bought a new radio last month, but we're gonna consider that as 12 years old.
Correct. Because when the vendor looks at it, or the manufacturer looks at it, says, okay, this radio's,
Sure.
the technology was from 2015.
We're not gonna mess
We're
with
not
it.
supporting it.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
Got a question. What's the lead time for getting these? In other words, if the ones that are on the line of going bad, 10 of them should go bad tomorrow. How soon could we get those replaced? I mean, what's the lead time for this particular project you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, what?
No. So I can say, as we know from the 700 project, our radio project, it took me what seemed like 18 months to bring online for, equipment purchase and
So if
acquisition.
you ordered them tomorrow, it would be 18 months before we.
I'm not going to
or
say it's
less,
18
or more.
months. The projected idea is it's supposed to be between 12 to 16 weeks. If the police or fire chief have ordered a subscriber unit in the past, and they could tell you, I'm not sure, I haven't purchased one, but 6 months?
6 months.
All right, so
So
there you go.
if we ordered them
6 months,
tomorrow,
yeah.
we wouldn't get them for 6 months. And within that 6 months' time, some of these radios could just,
Correct. And we do have a small contingency that we can quickly replace that from internal resources, but
So the new radios, James, would be the new generation, it would not, right? Because we might as well just stick with tin cans and strings if that's the case. I'm going to be honest with
you're
you.
right, it would be, it would, or carrier
A little
pigeon.
better than that, but yeah.
You get what I'm saying, though, right? If I'm going to buy more radios, they're not 15-year-old radios, right?
It would
Okay,
be-
I assume that.
When we purchased it, it would be the current production line.
And that includes that officer down, the GPS stuff that we heard about during your presentation.
It is my understanding that portion of the project for the county is still, they're still aiming to do those, to bring those services online. They've just got some things to work out, kind of. before
ultimately,
we get there.
they have more bells and whistles than what they're holding right now.
Correct.
Just out of curiosity, when did that technology go live? So if we buy one today, are we buying one that's 6 years old, or are we buying one that's 1 year old?
So, well, that's a great question, because it all depends on the vendor or the manufacturer of the subscriber unit we end up going with. So, without throwing all the names out there, one of those vendors was kind of the leader in it, right? So, that technology for them has been approximately 4 years, 4 to 5 years, roughly. There are some other vendors that we could, or manufacturers that we could use. That technology is newer to them, so within the past 2 years. And there's also vendors that are, or manufacturers that are going to be pushing that technology out in the coming, generally speaking, April, May timeframe is when radio manufacturers like to drop new stuff. So it's very possible that we could get even more people in the game.
Okay, so I think I'm going to piggyback on Councilman Cannady here. So let's say you buy radios and they're 4 years old, right? And it's $1.2 million to buy radios, and 120,000, that means in 10 years, those are to be outdated before we can get these paid for, is that correct?
Potentially.
Well, potentially is not good. I don't do anything on
And I only
potential.
say potentially because
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, right?
You do stuff on potential.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, I got married on potential. For sure, there's no doubt. You're absolutely, no, but I'm just saying is, yeah, you're right, absolutely. I'm just saying is there any way that we can make sure what we get is,
there could be. You like that?
yeah.
I think, so,
Phasing them in, though, you're all the time keeping the modern technology going.
Right.
Yep, that's true.
We're always going to chase the tail of that dragon, because technology evolves at a faster rate than we would feasibly even want to try to keep up with from a financial
Are we
standpoint.
pigeonholed to any specific vendors or manufacturers based on the infrastructure of the radio system through the county?
Are they cross-compatible too?
They are.
Like we have the ability to buy maybe a vendor this year, but then next year we could get a different one that maybe has a newer model out so that you have that continuity of lifespan for your equipment as you go. Because if you're buying 10 models a year essentially, right, over 10 years' time, then by the time it's done, you're dead if you buy the ones from the beginning, basically. So
So, to answer the first question, yes, or no, we're not pigeonholed to any one particular manufacturer. Currently in the county, we have more than just the big one, right? And to answer your question, would I recommend necessarily going with a mixed inventory, right, of having, say, 4 or 5 manufacturers? It is certainly possible, and if that's the route that we want to take, we can certainly support that. But it does increase kind of the maintenance and support overhead, because you're having to learn and utilize different software, right, to program them and update the firmware and things like that. It can be done.
Can they, I hate to stop you, I'm sorry. Can they interwork?
Yes.
Like if you buy
Yes.
A manufacturer and you buy B, can they always be used together? Can they talk to one another, in other words?
So long as they're on the same frequency and the same protocol, then yes.
And the same thing there, if you stick with the same manufacturer so that you keep some of that programming the same, but maybe update the actual equipment model itself every couple of years, that would be kind of more what you would want to gear towards for this.
That would be the ideal solution, yes, ma'am.
yeah, if we can, we'll go back and look at this. I think that there's an economic question to answer in regards to cost savings, but also functionality question to answer. And I think, if the board's okay with it, we'll kind of bring this back to you. It's one of those things, it's not a nice thing, it's something we have to do. So we want to make a good decision on it, and we can communicate that back to y'all, so.
And I also say we went with this approach of staggering it, so we're not coming to you for $1 million in 1 year, or even $500,000 in 1 year. And that way, it's not a huge impact on you at one time.
Do you have any backups on hand right now?
Yeah. We're getting
So-
buried in this little minute detail radios.
Yeah.
Then emergency management, we have 9 that I can throw out there, and then police and fire have a small cache of, I'm assuming, I think from my conversations with them, they do have a small handful on hand that they can cycle out. Is that correct? You have 0, so I misspoke. They have none. Chief? All right, well, I have 9 that I can throw out into the field if need be.
Let them out.
Growth.
Question,
Growth. Yes, sir.
any one company better than the next, personally? I mean, is there any one company that most services use because they're the primo and the other ones are?
It's such a tight field, and there's so few manufacturers that I'm not going to say that one is any better than the other. What we do have to look for when we're looking at manufacturers specifically with individual models, right, is their certification standard. So in order for that radio to go on to the Pender County, and when I say Pender County Viper system, it's the state of North Carolina's Viper system that's kind of maintained and administered by the county, right? There's certain standards that the state of North Carolina says your radio has to meet, right? So there's security standards, there's intrusion protection standards, there's all kinds of standards, right? So that list isn't very long because it is a very strenuous and kind of arduous task to get certified to be on that list. But no, I don't think, in my personal opinion, there is anyone better than the other. They all do basically the same thing.
I'm just, you get what you pay for type person?
Yes.
Don't go with the lowest bidder?
And generally speaking, if you have two comparable models, you will see that they're kind of comparable in cost. There's some few outliers that go way high, and then there's some that go way low, but in general.
Thank you.
All right. No more on that project. Phase 2 of the Surf City Radio System project, I kind of spoke about the 700 system earlier. We're looking to expand that system and increase the functionality, capacity, and capability of it. So the $20,000 here request will go to support additional equipment that will allow for interoperability, essentially between the 700 component of it and then the UHF component of it that's housed out of here. Just as a background, the 700 system is more public safety related, right? So police and fire and myself kind of operate on that side of the house. And then the UHF side is our special events. It's what we do for, general use, right? Currently, they can't talk, right? Because they're two different bands. They live in two different worlds. This phased kind of expansion project will bridge the gap. So during that hurricane or that special event, police, fire, and PD can go to one channel on their radio, everyone else can go to one channel on their radio, and now everyone can talk and communicate and remain in contact with one another.
It eliminates carrying two radios.
It eliminates carrying two radios. Yes, sir, that is correct.
It was fun, wasn't it?
That one was a lot easier than that. Anybody need any clarification? Okay. I will like to point out that I also end with 2 decreases. Never mind the increases that precede it. No. So this is my increase and decrease board. I would just kind of go from the top down here. Training line, there was a $1,500 increase, and that just accounts for our public information officer training, as well as some additional risk management training. The telephone line had an increase of $1,400, and that's reflective of some additional connectivity solutions we put into place for the AM radio station so that we can remotely access it. The 700 megahertz system, the radio system I was just talking about, so we can reach out to that, as well as supporting drone operations in town. The travel line increased by $1,750. That goes back into kind of commensurate with our training line request. Gasoline had a $500 increase, and that's just in consideration of future fuel cost forecast. Hopefully they're wrong. Supplies had a $2,200 increase. That includes additional supplies to support our public information officer, as well as risk management. Uniforms had a $200 increase, and that's accounting for, again, uniform items for our PIO, maybe get her a few shirts or something. Dues and subscriptions had an $1,150 increase. That goes to support some of our public communications software and subscriptions, and also kind of reflective of some subscriptions that we already use, increases in those yearly dues. Into the decreases, we have our printing line, a whopping $500 decrease there, just based on that we have less of a need for printed materials, and a $1,400 decrease in our maintenance and repair line, mostly related to vehicle maintenance. With the board's blessing and help from town manager and others, we were able to replace the aging Explorer, so our vehicle maintenance line is lower. So with that concludes my presentation. Thank you again for the opportunity to come and speak this morning, and for your ongoing support and efforts to make Surf City a great place to live, work, and stay. I'll gladly entertain any additional questions.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Good, you want a minute break?
5-minute break?
5-minute break.
We're going to come back from recess.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjust the agenda and allow number 4, Accolade Final Plat, and number 7, Mural number 2, presentation to be in front of the rest of the finance presentations and budget presentations.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Items number 4 and number 7 have been adjusted on the agenda.
So we'll be taking those out of the order as identified on the agenda and hearing those now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Backroom Wizard, can you pull up the Accolade stuff? Thank you. Yeah.
Did you say backroom wizard?
Mr.
Chris, you may want to let Amy sit there for a second.
Oh, it was warm too.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris, get out.
That was a hard presentation, wasn't it, Chris?
Sorry, I wasn't quite ready for that. I am now. So before you this morning is the final plat approval for for the Accolade, formerly known as the extension of Pirates Cove. This is a 43 lot subdivision located in the 2300 block of South Shore Drive. So on behalf of Pirates Cove Development Company LLC, Mr. Brian Hamby, who is in the audience today in case you have any questions, requests approval of the attached final site plan that is in your packet for the Accolade subdivision. Per the subdivision ordinances, any subdivision over 2 acres has to submit a sketch plan review, which only goes to technical review and planning board. And then following that, we go through the process of the actual design for the preliminary plat, which is the TRC review, planning board recommendation, and council approval. So this received approval for the preliminary plat on November 10th of 2022. It went to planning board the first time, and then the final approval for the preliminary was reached on March 7th, 2023. So the final step is the final plat approval, and what the final plat approval is just saying that what they promised us they were going to do on the preliminary plat, they've either done it or they've bonded and given us a bond or a letter of credit, in this case, a bond that says, hey, we haven't quite finished these things, but here's a holding of the money so that if we didn't, the town could pull that bond or letter of credit and have this project completed. So we, or staff, reviewed that bond estimate because it requires an engineer's estimate, and the cost is the bond is 125% of the projected cost. So we reviewed that. There are line items in there that they were actively working on during that time. So some of those line items have actually been complete, and the amount of outstanding work is less than what is shown on the bond. But staff recommends approval of the final plat based on the submittal of the final plat and the bond associated with the remaining work to be placed. Approval of the final plat gives them the opportunity to go ahead and get it recorded at the courthouse or at the county and start with the sales and pre-sales of the lots. And then they will not get COs, obviously, until sewer and water and things like that are actually complete. Any building that they start prior to completion would be at their risk. And again, staff recommends approval of this final plat. It is in your packet. And it looks tiny on that screen. Does anyone have any questions about the final plat or the final plat process?
Moving the connecting road onto Cutlass?
Ma'am?
The connecting road to Cutlass, was that going to get moved? I know they discussed that at the Board of Adjustments meeting. I didn't know if it needed to stay.
Nope, it is staying where it is. The Board of Adjustment did make an allowance for a gate. That will not be shown on the final plat.
So there's no gate,
That would not be something that would be shown on the final plat.
but is there a thought for a gate?
The Board of Adjustment allowed for one to be placed, which allows them the opportunity to do it. It does not require that they do it or make it a requirement of the plat.
And you can't condition a by right project to put a gate in, basically.
I think there was discussion that maybe they wanted it, in the event that the gate was allowed, they wanted it to go back to where the initial spot was. So I didn't know if that was something, so it's going to stay up at the front. Okay.
That would have required to go back through planning, through TRC and planning board and council for approval and a revision of the preliminary plat. The final plat has to be what the preliminary plat was with a bond for those improvements, if those are not in.
Question on the gate. That's a connecting road, or is that an entrance road to this development?
The gate would be on the connecting road in between Cutlass, between the existing neighborhood and the proposed, not the main entrance. I just want to remind everybody that Board of Adjustment looks at things on a site-specific case, and that was a determination made by the Board of Adjustment and does not change any gate policies within the town.
Okay, because I'm just referring to the fact that the fire department doesn't like gates, and I thought we visited that a while back where
Yes,
there was a gate proposal and nobody said that we can't do that, and I'm just trying to make that clear.
We are not fans of gates, especially in high salt environments that can create rust and corrosion in mechanical things. But the Board of Adjustment is a 5-panel citizen committee that is allowed to make decisions on site-specific cases with regard to zoning requirements.
That wasn't in our ordinance that no gate would be allowed. I remember we had that discussion.
in our-
The Board of may I?
Yes, please.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, though.
Nope, you go right
The
ahead.
Board of Adjustment granted a variance to allow the gate under, it wasn't just anywhere, anyhow. And it's really a separate and distinct issue from what's before you today. I understand why you're asking the question. The variance, by definition, varies from what you could otherwise do. So the original ordinance regulating gates is still intact. It's just they came before the Board of Adjustment and obtained a variance. for the gate.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, or?
It does.
Okay.
It does make me happy. You know, I mean, because the last time we discussed this, I was pretty adamant about adding a gate to a community, and I was told that we absolutely could not do that, because the fire department and police and fire, it was for an access, and they would have limited access as far as getting out and opening a gate, or seeing if the gate doesn't, if it's electric and it fails, what do they do? I just remember that. Maybe I'm.
I don't know if the community you're talking about applied for a variance or not.
I don't know either. I think they were asking for it, but I don't know if they applied for it.
Fire was represented at that variance hearing, and one of the conditions is related to, and I can't quote it off the top of my head, Ms. Kimes, feel free to fill in any blanks I leave here.
I was
But
just under the impression that
the type of
no
gate,
gates.
the type of gate and the nature of the gate and access to ingress and egress through the gate is being run by the fire marshal.
Fire department will have to approve any structure that is installed. So the Board of Adjustment does not change the variance, change the ordinance itself. They allow you to do something that is not in accordance with the with the ordinance based on site-specific items.
One of the conditions of that variance was significant fire input to address the issues you're talking about. So it's not willy-nilly, we can put a gate out there, whatever type of gate we
No, I
want.
didn't think so. I just was under the impression that we weren't allowing any gates on any roads in between joining one neighbor to another, and that, you know where I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
And it just was not allowed, and I'm just figuring we might get some feedback that.
Councilman
this is-
Koloski, Councilman, I think and I want to make sure we don't, however, a variance, they applied for a variance, and that a variance was accepted from the Board of Adjustment, so that's what permitted it.
The variance was granted,
Yeah,
yes.
granted, correct.
And they're autonomous from this board.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, they serve, and there's a whole criteria you have to meet. But if, for whatever reason, site-specific, there's a hardship, you have the ability to come before the Board of Adjustment and make your case that I need a variance or to vary from this requirement. And that's what they did, and they obtained the variance.
So that's basically, that's the neighborhood, not the existing neighborhood. This is the new subdivision that made that.
It was,
Existing neighborhood made application with the proposed accolades in support of it.
They wanted to. So if the other neighborhood we're talking about had done that, they possibly could have had a gate then.
I don't know what the facts are. Yes, they could have applied for a variance, and if they proved they were entitled to a variance, then in that circumstance, but I don't want to say they would have automatically got it, because that's.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious to see if they didn't, so apparently they
Okay.
didn't. Okay, sorry for the.
So at this time, you are, staff is suggesting that we move forward with the final plat?
Normally, this goes to consent agenda,
Yes,
so
so-
we are presenting it today and
As
asking that it be
consent.
moved to consent agenda as an approval.
Okay. Is there consensus from the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we will call upon Sandy Monroe to present the mural number 2 in Surf City.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff for allowing us to present today. I know we were kind of a last-minute addition, so thank you, Carla, for slipping us in here. I do have a handout that I will leave with you, but I thought we could just go through the presentation this way. Excuse me. So this is about the Surf City mural number 2. And a little bit of background on this. As you know, our first mural is located over by the water tower at that parking lot and was done by David Mercer last year. And it's beautiful, and I believe it has been very well received throughout the community by visitors and residents alike. For those of you that are new to the board, I'll give you just a super quick overview of the process we went through last year and then what we're doing this year. So in general, we selected an intermediary to work with us, to assist us in the process and advise us along the way. We put out an RFP to the North Carolina art community. Our subcommittee met with the intermediary to review the submissions, discuss their qualifications, et cetera. And then the subcommittee makes pass-through and presents to the rest of our full beautification and enhancement committee our top recommendations based on advice from the intermediary. And then we discuss it amongst ourselves and come to you with the final recommendation today. So last year, again, we used an experienced intermediary to guide us. We had to come to council to request additional funds for our budget and to get approval on the project itself. We established a commission price up front. We presented the options to council. There was full support for public art in general. There was full support that public art would be of a high caliber and that would come at a cost. And it was fully supported, the idea that public art brings beauty and vitality to our town, especially in the locations that were selected. This year, once again, we used the intermediary to advise us, and we requested our mural funds as part of our yearly budget up front. Our submitted budget was approved with the line items earmarked for murals, and our recommendations that we bring to you today fall within the budget previously approved by council. Today, we're asking for your approval on the recommended concept that we're bringing to you. So just as a quick review, this is the building that we're talking about. It has had some modifications, improvements, repairs since these photos were taken, but in general, it's a concrete building located at the Kinston Street access. It's the bathhouse, which is right there just south of the pier, the drive-on location, if anyone's not familiar with that. And next slide, the proposed or the revised layout that Chris has worked on is moving you'll see the garbage can corrals were moved to the side and to the back, and the shower was moved more toward the south end corner of the building there, so it kind of brings the shower out closer to the driveway area, not tucked back into that sort of dark, nasty little corner that it was in before. So that's where we are. So our top recommendation, we'll call them Artist J. The reason why we selected this artist is that they displayed a bold visual concept, and it tells a story of the day at the beach with a focus on the creatures that you'll be seeing, that you could see on the beach or in the water or in our North Carolina area. They used very vibrant, realistic images of the creatures that appeal to both adults and children. They have worked with municipalities on similar projects in the past, so we feel comfortable knowing that they understand how to work with towns. And the artist has additional vast experience with other outdoor murals and public art installation. And the biggest thing for us is that this concept is decidedly different from the first mural. It's bringing another style to the town that will appeal to a wider population and garner more support for public art. The artist came down about 30% from their original commission request, so it brought it within our budget, which we're very excited about. They're North Carolina native. They followed all the instructions, gave great narrative, gave great references, and they can begin work as soon as April 1st if we're ready for them to do so. And they also have agreed to alterations, of course, to the concept if there are alterations necessary. Excuse me. Here's just a quick overview of their vision before I show you their concept. They talk about the beach and sea day starts as they walk through the sand, so imagine meeting crabs and surf birds, and as you get to the water, excuse me, you enter a world of mackerels, bonitos, and false albacore, perhaps a shrimp scampering by. It starts in the parking lot, as I said, and moves around the building and wraps down to the beach side. So, without further ado, here are some of the concepts that she submitted. So first would be these, everything is big and bold and bright, and this might be the front side with the shorebirds. And the next slide shows another concept for either the fence line, if we decide to paint that, or another section with these big, bold, adorable crabs. The next slide just shows as you're wrapping around the building, and to the back side with these large images. And the next slide shows the large images of the fish along the back side. So this is what our committee is recommending as the concept, and you can just click through the next slide, just shows how photos in front of these images might be enjoyed. And some of her previous work, as you go to the next slide, shows this is municipality experience. She was commissioned to do murals in Benson, and another one here, outdoor mural experience. And then she has some other large indoor mural imagery, and then that would be it for that artist. So this is our top recommendation based on everything that I discussed. We have a secondary recommendation that I'll also talk about. This artist also, we were able to successfully negotiate to within our budget. She also has experience in outdoor murals and large-scale wall art installations. Did a very good job following the RFP and providing mock-ups and examples, also a resident of NC. Her submission was playful and lighthearted and very kid-oriented. She was open to changes in the concept if needed. Our concerns with this artist is that the concept was very similar in content, although the style is very different. The content was very similar to our previous installation, and we felt it appealed mostly to children, and it was not as unique and interesting as the other submissions. So her vision was to show two options. One was a retro vibe that would spark some nostalgia, or another fun pastel palette, which is sort of a whimsical and inviting ambiance. And you can see her first example here. We see the surfing and the octopus, or initially she had a turtle and then came back with the octopus, but again, the wave and the surfing and the sunshine, the use of the big Surf City name, the beach day, and coincidentally another option for crabs along the fence line, which was kind of cute. And here she thought that these were some options for interactive opportunities, which I know has been mentioned before. And the next slide shows other option for her her mock-up, which was maybe portholes, doors, on the doors on the front, a sand castle in the backside, again with the town name, and this shows a turtle, but she would change that to anything that we wanted. So those were her concepts, her experience. She was experienced in outdoor mural painting or painting outside, as well as indoor mural painting in restaurants and office buildings. And there's another example of an indoor mural work. And the last slide just shows some fun kid interactive kinds of things that she did. Both of our artists have experience working with kids and art schools and things like that. So in the future, if we're trying to apply for some grants, we know that in reading the RFP for these grants, they request sort of public involvement and involvement with children and things like that, which this is our second year. All of these grants require 2 years experience and completed projects to apply for, but in looking forward, it's nice to start identifying artists that do that. So those are our recommendations. Again, the first one is our top recommendation, and today we're just asking for approval of the concept, and we're open to feedback and discussion, but in general, that's why we're here today. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question. The second one is more of a scaled mural, correct?
And what do you mean by that?
Well, when you stand in front of it, like the picture, you stand in front of it, you look like you're a part of the picture.
Correct.
Whereas the other one, the fish are 10 times the size of a person.
Correct.
I'm all about scale because I think that's an attractive photo to take when you're on vacation to come and remember Surf City if you can be part of the mural. And I've said that from the beginning, I remember, but that's what I like about
When I
that
had in
one.
mind when I said that. So yes.
Sandy, Kyle, what are we looking to accomplish here? Can you, if you don't mind.
Essentially, the Beautification Enhancement Committee, through Chris's department, has a set budget, and the concepts and mural project is within that budget, and it doesn't meet a threshold at which the council has to formally approve a purchase order or anything for it. However, you all are the town board, so ultimately, The process in which Sandy had described, going through the details of it, going through intermediary, formulating the top two recommendations, I think we just really want to seek consensus from council that you agree with their top recommendation. If that's the case, we're going to move forward. We already have draft contracts that we used last year, and from the sounds of it, they can get started soon. So I would say, unless there's major reserve on their top recommendation, she would need to hear about that, and they would go to number 2 to execute that. But they are giving you their recommendation for it. So as long as you agree with it, then we're going to move forward and execute.
I know that yourself, myself, Chris, we sit in these meetings and we make sure that all the i's are dotted, the t's are crossed, so.
Yeah, but just to be clear too, that we don't see any of this stuff. They work this as a committee. I saw it yesterday for the first time when Sandy sent me the presentation, so. And I haven't even seen number 3 through 10 of those things.
Yeah, she's pretty tight-lipped about that. You can't get that out of her for sure, so.
So with the committee and the numbers of people in the committee who looked at the designs and all, I mean, I'm just curious how many people were really choosing number 1? And
It was unanimous.
It was unanimous? Okay.
I'm good with
Is
it.
there a
John,
consensus?
I will say, I'm with you on the, I like the idea of being able to
Yeah.
interact with it. But the first one is, in my opinion, was so much more dynamic than the second. I mean, that's kind of.
agree.
That's what we
I
felt.
agree too,
But I
yeah.
wish we would really look at something.
There's other,
For the
there's
interactive on
more
our
future
next one,
plans
maybe.
too, right?
Yeah, I've been pushing for that
I'm
since
with you. I
I
like that idea too. We,
met with the committee day one.
Close to the pier too, the fishing pier, which is cool if she does the fish, because it's right there. Like, I think you'd get a lot of people that would want to take pictures there for that purpose.
And again, stop me if I'm misspeaking, Sandy, but, I think that we can go back, or Sandy can go back, or the committee can talk to the artist and say, hey, we love this concept, we love the image, we love, the colors. Can you try and be creative? This is what they do to have a little bit more interaction.
So maybe some of those, something with the fish and it's like a fish hook and it looks like you're in the, or whatever.
I'm
but
just
yeah.
thinking of it from a tourist point of view. That when you go to someplace, you can take a picture of that mural, that's fine. You can take a picture of the first mural, that's fine, it's really nice. But if you can put your family in the picture, I think that's more of a memory to put up on a mantle or on a wall in your house, and then come back next year to go to the next mural and have all these designs. That's why I've always been preaching interaction and, a scaled photo, a scaled mural, as opposed to,
We can
you look
certainly-
like you're standing inside a fish tank, you're little.
Yeah. And so, as Kyle said, we certainly can go back to the artist and ask maybe for a specific section of the mural to contain a to-scale version with an interactive element, and I feel very confident that that would be able to be accomplished, if that's something the board feels very strongly about. And I don't disagree with that. This just, excuse me, this concept with these bold, bright colors and the larger-than-life imagery was so different from our first mural. We really wanted to capture a whole different vibe with this installation. And hopefully we will have many more opportunities to do murals. But John, to your point, I agree with you, and we can certainly approach them about that. But
I'll
overall,
just keep my fingers crossed for the next one.
The talent.
have a little more focus on it for the next
Yeah,
one.
and maybe on,
Maybe that's the
maybe on a
RFP.
smaller wall too.
would be perfect.
Because
yeah.
when you have 4 large walls and you try to do to scale, I mean, your fish may be,
Little, yeah.
too little or
yeah.
something.
Depends on who's catching the fish.
Sam, I know you work really hard on this. You don't take this lightly. I mean, this is super serious for you. So that's, I know, and the committee additionally. I know you have some great committee members, and if you're in those meetings, they're intense. You guys are working hard, so I appreciate what you've done.
I think the talent and that is very noteworthy, so it's very good. And I do understand the second concept looks a lot like the other mural, which was a great mural, I know. But I know the committee would like some variation, which would appeal to different types of tourists and different, so.
And we are getting a lot of traction from the first mural. We set up a Google business page or whatever you call it for it, and we get a lot of visits to that page. I get reports on that. So it's really cool to see how many people have tagged it or visited, and I wish I would have brought those numbers for you, but it
I would
does.
say, can we maybe share those with?
I don't have them with me
Yeah,
today, but I
yeah.
can certainly send that to you.
Yeah,
'cause
and
it
I
is
think
interesting.
art is so subjective, and so I understand you look going a totally different direction, yeah.
Well, thank you, Sandy. Thank you for all your hard work and your committee's hard work that you put into this. Do I have a consensus to move forward with number 1?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And would you like the handout? I'm happy to leave the copy of this presentation if you'd like it.
Let me see. Is that street
Yeah.
scale?
Sandy, tell everybody that. You mean that truthfully. Don't be
I
handing.
do kind of mean that truthfully. Obviously, it's on YouTube right now, so people can
Well.
see it if they choose to, but.
That horse left the barn.
We don't have a signed contract with the artist.
Thank you.
But it does not have the artist's name.
I'm good. I'll fire it off first.
Thank you.
Sandy.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael and Jerry. I'm going to go back to Kyle so he can continue presentations.
So we are on Facilities and Grounds, Facilities and Grounds Director Chris Carter, and we will take it from here. So.
Is it still morning time? Yep, all right. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the time today to go over the Facilities and Grounds budget proposal. My name is Gary Carter, and I am the Facilities and Grounds Director. These departments consist of 6 full-time grounds and 4 full-time facilities members. So to get started. All right, this right here, this shows the many locations that the Facilities and Grounds Department cover. The department takes care of everything from streets to parks to 39 beach accesses. We help maintain several miles of sidewalk, 7 public restrooms, and assist with park and rec on the ball fields. This department also helps the BEC with planning, street sweeps, and much more. You can see that we have 23 miles of streets that we maintain, all the right-of-ways on those streets, public sidewalks. We work with DOT to keep the bridge clean. We have a contract with them on that. Come April the 26th, I believe it is, we will be taking over the roundabouts coming on and off the island. All the public parking lots for the paid parking, so we work with Pivot to make sure we maintain those parking lots, the signage, bump stops, anything and everything inside of them. The 7 public restrooms, the dog park, athletic fields, 5+ buildings. We maintain the disc golf course, 4 parks with a new one on the way. And it's supposed to be 39 public beach accesses, and then all other town buildings, which consist of about 7 of them. The next slide, it's kind of just a summary of what the Facilities and Grounds Department helps manage. All as far as street maintenance, we help with potholes, sweeping, repairs. That could be signage, street markings, anything along those lines. We do work with road construction as far as just getting roads paved. We're working with DOT this year on a paving project. Signage, litter, anything and everything that can be out there on the roads. Public parking lot maintenance. Again, this is working with Pivot Parking. We help, keep the gravel, keep the potholes out of the parking lots, replace the parking bumpers, signage, anything that needs to be done in them. We pick up the trash. We have one guy that rides around every day. One of his duties is to go to these parking lots and pick up any trash that he sees. Public restroom maintenance, we do all the repairs, the cleaning, replenish supplies. During the summertime, that definitely, gets pretty busy out there with all the visitors that we have. So we go through quite a bit of supplies, and the people work really hard out there. Sidewalk construction, this is something that me and Kyle have been working together as far as just trying to get the central business district with sidewalks all through there. We do have a project coming to add about 1,800 foot worth of sidewalk that will be going down North Topsail Drive. And it will be on both sides, helping connect some other portions of sidewalk that's already been installed. All the landscaping, that is from the town signs, the parks, the right-of-ways, and that all consists of like mowing, trimming, spraying, planting, seeding, fertilizing, weed killer, different things like that. Our public beach access maintenance, again, we got 39 of those. We maintain all the signage, the trash, the doggy bags, and we're constantly replacing all the wood that might be broken or just getting aged out or anything along those lines. Beach maintenance, this would consist of picking up litter, anything that somebody, the public discards out on the beach, broken chair, broken tents, different things like that. Anything that might wash up, unfortunately, some sea creatures, we remove them as well. When people love to go out there and dig holes, they love digging them, they just do not like filling them back in. So I'm sure y'all seen some pictures. Some of these can get pretty big, but we're in charge of going out there, filling them in. We also, any vandalism, illegal dumping, roadkill, that's a big one nobody knows about. Anytime you see the deers, the other creatures get hit, it's my department that goes out there and picks them up and disposes of them. Vegetation cleanup, this is a service that we have been running. This will be the second year for this in the town. It's something free for people, just another way that we can help try to keep the town looking pretty. So we have the island broke up into two sections. You have the south part of the island, that is normally the first full week of the month. The north part of the island will be the second full week, and then we also do the mainland pickup as well. And that's, normally the guys can get that done about 3 to 4 days per week, but if it's a storm comes through, it could end up taking them a little bit longer to do that. There's normally 2 guys that is mainly their task for the week is to go out there and do that. Town building maintenance and cleaning, town hall, the police department. We don't do much at the fire department. We do assist a little bit. The community center, the welcome center, again, all the restrooms at the beaches and stuff. We even assist cleaning Pivot Parkins building, different things like that. We have 2 people that do that, and they maintain, again, all the restrooms, all the public facilities, and all the town buildings. They work really hard. They work 7 days a week doing that. We work with Park and Rec to help set up and staff special events. This could be, just mowing the park, getting it ready, trying to pretty it up by adding mulch, getting the trash hauled away, provide the staff. We assist with the parking, clean up afterwards. We do help a little bit with the mowing of the athletic fields, with more fields on the way. We do not really help with the summer camp bus drive anymore, but we could if we were asked to. Decorate and install the Christmas lights. We do, the lights at the park, at Soundside Park for the Christmas, for the 4th of July. We're also, helping to remove them after everything is done. Christmas lights, that's a big project for us that normally takes us a good week and a half to get them up if everything goes according to plan. And then about the same amount of time to take them back down. So we spend probably a good 3 weeks out of the year doing nothing but putting up and taking down Christmas lights. And then we also have 1 day a week. That's about a half a day that is dedicated to working on Christmas lights. That's rewiring them, changing bulbs, receptacles, anything along those lines. And that is an all-year project. Emergency preparation and recovery. Thankfully, we have not had a really bad storm since I've been here. But if one comes, we are there to, we're essential, so we're going to be in here to help get the island back open and everybody back in their homes. Monitoring the flag program. This is something that we worked with the BEC committee on, trying to make the pedestrians a little bit safer as they're crossing the streets or anything like that. So the guys, they do go out there and try to replace flags. Unfortunately, sometimes they end up walking away right after they replace them. So the next slide, this covers the 2 services that we do for the town. The first one is the trash can rollback service. This is something that we took out of GFL's contract and gave it to the department. We have 1 full-time and 2 part-time people that do this. Right now, we're on 1 trash service a week, so they roll out ours on Sundays, and they start rolling everything back come Monday. Normally get that finished up on Tuesday. Here in the next month, we will be starting our second trash rollback, which will consist of rolling our cans out on Thursday and then rolling everybody else's back on Friday. Sometimes during the peak season, that could roll over into Sunday or Saturday rather. So, but we try to get it done in 2 days. This is a year-round service. The next service is the vegetation pickup service. I already went over that a little bit as far as having 3 sections. This isn't 11 months out of the year. We have taken November out of this because with the events, end of the season, and other things coming up, that's just a busy time for us right there. So no vegetation in November, but 11 other months we do it. This slide right here is just going over the people that we have in these departments. We have 11 full-time, 2 part-time year-rounders, 4 vacant seasonals, and then we have 1 part-time third-shift street sweeper. That is a year-round position as well. Some of the equipment and the vehicles that we have for these 2 departments are listed here. We got a couple of trucks. Got 4 trucks for the ground side. We got 4 trucks for the facility side. We also have 1 truck dedicated for the rollback service. Some of the equipment that we use to do all of this stuff, we have 2 12-foot trailers, a 20-foot trailer, a new dump trailer that we got last year, a new 20-foot landscaping trailer, which has really saved us some time. The street sweeper, the gator, Toro side-by-side, that is also for the rollback service. So that way when the town gets busy, we can still kind of scoot in and out and get the job done. 2 portable generators, 4 backpack blowers, 4 mowers, 3 weed eaters, skid steer, 2 tractors, and a chipper. Some of my...
Did you get your sickle mower that we talked about last year for the ditches?
No, sir. We decided not to go with that because of the safety reason and the equipment that we would have to use it with. So some of my budget highlights this year are fuel. We have added a little bit of fuel just so we can continue to maintain the services that we do. And so for the rollback, the vegetation, that is the biggest part. And as James talked about earlier, we're just trying to make sure we're giving ourselves enough room so that way if the gas wants to jump up, we're still going to be covered. Our contract services, we do utilize 1 landscape company to help maintain Town Hall, the Community Center, and the Welcome Center. This has actually been a great relief on the crew because they get to focus elsewhere throughout the town. This contract has not went up, it still stayed the same, so it's at $29,000. And that is a 12-month service. They will come in year-round and do stuff. The next one is for Superior Mechanical. This one covers all the HVAC systems at the community center. We have them under contract right now. What that contract consists of is they come in, they do monthly PMs on everything, they change filters. If we have issues with a unit, all I gotta do is make a phone call and they're normally out the same day. They will replace any parts, they will cover the labor, all on them. That all falls under this contract. The only thing that the town is ever responsible for is the refrigerant that goes back into the system. And we got different size systems, so that can range from $3,000–4,000 upwards of $10,000. That stuff is not really cheap. We also have 1 contract with TK Elevator, which is for the old police department on the island. That is to come out, inspect, and do repairs, whatever we need them to do on the elevators at that location. Maintenance and repair of vehicle, we're going for $30,000 for that one this year. I do believe that is a small increase from last year. And the reason being is some of these vehicles are getting a little bit older. These vehicles spend a lot of time out on the beach, on the island, so they get a lot of weathering put on them, a lot of rust, undercarriage rust. So we go through brakes, we go through tires, anything like that, we kind of go through quite a bit. So that's just to help cover all the maintenance on that. The supply line, we're asking for $55,000 in that one this year. And that covers everything from supplies for the public restrooms, that covers fire extinguishers, first aid kits, signage kits, that can be the bolts, clamps, it covers PPE, it covers replacement tools for the departments. Pretty much anything and everything that they haul in their truck, hand tools, that would cover all of that. As far as for a capital outlay this year, I am requesting $90,000 to be able to make a material stockyard. This will be located over at 68 Jennifer Trail. It would include a 50-foot by 100-foot concrete pad. The concrete blocks for the bin building, we kind of figured we'd have about 5 bins. The material that could be stocked there will be gravel, that could be our regular stone, our riprap, crush and run, the limestone that we use, and then also mulch for the different flower beds that we have throughout town. The reason for this is having the ability to keep the material on hand means the guys can respond quicker if we need to get out for whatever reason. Also, it would help cut back on delivery cost because sometimes we don't need a full dump truck, but we're still going to pay the same delivery cost as if they're bringing us 5 tons compared to 20 tons of gravel. It's going to be the same. So at least this way we can hopefully cut down on some of the delivery costs for the department. So this next slide is for the beautification and enhancement committee. This budget, I believe, is staying the same as well. It's $16,000. It would cover 1 more mural, 2 street sweeps, 2 community education events, 2 community enhancements, pump stations. If you notice the one down there on South Shore at the S-curve, putting up the foliage around the fence just to try to help make it a little bit more pretty. That's one of the things they do. 1 larger planting project, 1 bench dedication, the continuation of the cigarette butt project and the supplies that go along with that, and then supplies, picture frames, different things like that for the business of the month and home of the month supplies. This next slide right here, I put this one in there because the next slide is going to go over where Surf City streets are. This slide gives you kind of a little overview of where most of the streets in the United States kind of stand. You can look at about 43% of the public roadways are in poor or mediocre condition. 41.9% are in good condition. In Surf City, right now, we are sitting at a 72 PCI, and that's the pavement condition index. Our remaining service life on our roads is about 18 years. The 2 different types of streets that we have throughout the town, we have collectors and then the residential, but they're both in the 70s. The collectors are 73, the residential ones are 70. We have 44.83 lane miles and 22.41 center line miles. If you look at the little bottom, the per comparison, compared to 72 other similar size agencies, we are sitting in the 67th percentile, so that's actually pretty good. We were able to bring the PCI up with our 1 paving project that's been completed. We went from a 69 to a 72. We do have a paving project in the works with DOT right now, and the hopes on that is by the end of the year to have our PCI up sitting around 74, 75%, if not a little bit more. And then I've got a bunch of maps on here. I will not sit there and explain all of them unless y'all want me to, but it is just to show some of these areas, and the color that I chose to highlight with is not showing up the best, but it just shows the different locations throughout town that we're maintaining. This could be mowing, just picking up trash, work the parking lots, maintenance, different things like that. I have about 12 slides of that, so I would just kind of go through them a little bit by a little bit. But it stretches, of course, all 6 miles of the island that we have. We're all the way through there, all the way onto the mainland side. Shows the parks. I did not highlight every beach access that we have because unfortunately some of them get a little bit small and they couldn't be seen that easy, so I just kind of left them off. I told you it's a lot. And this is, of course, the mainland. I did try to put a little information on the top of them as far as the, this one picture is covering the disc golf triangle and PD2 that we maintain. So there's a little bit of information through them that you can see. This last line that I have is just showing that we try to set our task up for the guys to go out there so we can stay on top of everything. Unfortunately, every day that we come in, these are the type of things that we find. It could be poles knocked down from accidents. It could be huge holes dug in on the beach. Graffiti, that has been one of our more recent ones. Debris washing up, just small vandalism, trash coming off of trucks, different things like that. Some of these are quick and easy for us to fix. Some of them could take us a whole day to go out there and take care of. So, you know, on top of just the normal stuff that we have to do that we know we're having to do, these are the other things that the guys take care of throughout the days, throughout the summer, the whole year. That is my presentation. Do y'all have any questions for me?
So when we sell the police department, or whenever that contract's finalized, then that's $6,000 for the maintenance of the elevators. Kyle's not over there.
Yes. Once
I couldn't see past Trudy, but
yes, once that building once that building is sold, that contract will go away.
do we know when the contract's supposed to be finalized for that? Okay, so that could potentially come off that part of your budget too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think we should also point out Chris did ask for 3 full-time positions in his budget that he did not speak about. And the 4 positions that he spoke about that are seasonal actually come from your accommodations tax and is not charged to the general fund. Okay.
I kind of got off of my slide information and just started looking at the pictures. Yes, thank you for that. I am asking for 2 full-time positions on the ground side to help take care of some of these things, and 1 more for the facility side. Just so, like I said, these departments, they run 7 days a week. So having a few more people in here would definitely help us if we have people out sick, if we have people going on vacation, and just to be able to provide a better service for the town.
Is that gonna help with the groundskeeping at like parks, the new park as well?
Yes, ma'am. That will be one of the reasons for them.
And what is Ventrac?
So Ventrac, that is a piece of equipment that I am asking for this year. So the Ventrac is very versatile. You might have seen DOT out on 50 and 210 mowing the ditches with it. It's a safe piece of equipment. That's one reason we're going away from the sickle mower. It's wide. It's got a very low center of weight on there, or gravity. We can get down in the ditches and out of the ditches, keep them a lot cleaner, maintain them a lot better, and hopefully even help out with stormwater a little bit. But that it would also be versatile that if other departments bought attachments for it, because there's pages of attachments, this could also be used for other departments as well.
You could drive it back and forth from here to his house.
Just about.
Get one, I probably will.
I know you.
Any further questions for Chris?
No.
All right, thank
Good
you,
job,
Chris.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, up next, we've got the police department, Chief Voorhees.
I contribute. Morning. Good to be here. Good to see everybody. I'm going to jump right into it. And we're going to go with what is going to cost us the most money looking forward in 24, 25, and then years beyond. Oops, wrong way. So for 2024, 2025, I'm looking to add 2 full-time police officer positions to the police department. Currently, we're at 25 officers. We're looking to expand to 27. And I want to explain to you, and the continuing slides is going to show how we got to this point, why we're at this point, and the methodology behind the growth. So when I took over as chief, I developed a strategic plan. And one of the objectives in that plan was to develop a hiring matrix to give us trigger points for when we were going to hire police officers, to eliminate guesswork. And when we hit these certain points, that's when we're going to hire officers, because this is what is industry standard. And we have to recognize that the town is growing. We need to grow with it to continue our services that we provide for the community. That strategic plan was completed by myself and the staff in the police department. We presented it to the manager, which he approved, and then last June we presented it to the council, and it was also approved by council at that time. So basically, our current formula boils down. These are very layman terms of what is actually in that matrix. But our trigger points that we are going to go with is that we see a 5% increase in calls for service. And we add 162 housing units. And I'll get a little more into the data on those in the coming slides. We're also going to review our comparison data, how we compare to other agencies in the area, and their number of officers to their residents and call volume. Are we maintaining our our rule of 1/3? And for those of you that don't understand or don't know what the rule of 1/3 is, police officer is supposed to spend 1/3 of their time on administrative duties, 1/3 of their time being proactive, and 1/3 of their time answering calls for service. So when we look at how many calls for service we have, how many shifts an officer works per year, and how many hours they spend answering each call, we split that up in thirds and make sure that we're still with that industry standard, that we're remaining within that 1/3 rule. And then we also look at our added special events and how much tasks we're putting on our officers when they're off duty, and calling them, because most of these special events that we have, we're calling officers in off duty on their days off to come in and work, and that also puts a toll on them and takes them away from their families. All right, so in 2023, the police department answered 6,321 calls for service. That was a 16.4 increase over 2022 with 5,283. And just to put that in a little bit of perspective, in 2024, we answered 2,000 calls. Or in 2014, we answered 2,000 calls. So we've had a 300% increase in the last 10 years. I'm not saying that we're going to be answering 18,000 calls 10 years from now, but I think it's very possible that we'll get to that point, seeing the growth that we've had, and it's continuing. We added 342 housing units in 2023. And if you equate that to population increase, the average number of people in a home in Pender County is 2.66, and you times that times 3.42, and it's a little over 900 that we've added to our current population in Surf City. Our rule of 1/3 right now is being maintained. When I run the numbers, it comes back. We're still within that 1/3, but we're starting to push the limits. Our special events didn't increase. There was no significant increase in special events from 2022 to 2023. But we measured 28 different events. And those, if you think of a special event, you may think of a 5K or other things, but there's other things the police department does that we considered special events: house moves, Surf City Live, 5Ks, Ocean Fest, Dolphin Dip, the Housewives Bike Ride, the 3rd of July. There's a whole list of things that we do, and that's directly relates to officers off duty coming into work, whether it be the vendor pays or the event sponsor pays for it, or whether the town pays for it. We call officers in off duty to work those hours. And that does not include mutual aid requests. Every year we send officers to different municipalities under mutual aid request to help them out in their events or traffic control or whatever they have been going on. And in return, we ask for mutual aid back during our major events for them to send officers to us. So we do bring officers in off duty quite often, and most of these events happen during the summertime. And it seems like almost every weekend we're calling officers in off duty, pulling them away from their off time and away from their families to work. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. So if we look at some of our comparison data at some other police departments around the state of North Carolina with high tourist populations in the summertime, you'll see us at 25 officers with a population of 5,262. And I just want to make note that that 5,262 and the rest of the numbers on this page are population predictions from the 2020 census with current growth rates that came from worldpopulationreview.com. So these numbers are speculation. I think they're pretty close comparatively to what the growth we're seeing. So if you look at Surf City, 25 officers, 5,262. Carolina Beach and Kill Devil Hills, I would equate us to them very closely. Some of the other departments are smaller than us, don't answer as much calls, probably don't have as many special events or other things going on that we do. But if you look at 25 officers with our population in Carolina Beach and Kill Devil Hills with their population and their number of officers, moving to 27 officers keeps us in line with other agencies, and we compare apples to apples, and we're not getting outside where we should be. Okay. I found some interesting data, and I wanted to explain where these calls for service are coming from. So traditionally, when you look at calls for service over year for year, the department answers, we always answered more calls on the island than we ever did on the mainland. 2023 was the first time we ever saw a shift that we started answering more calls on the mainland than we did on the island. 2020 was an outlier. Because of COVID, our numbers went sideways and they didn't match the rest of the years. But if you look back year over year behind that, you'll always see that the island outweighed the mainland. This year we saw a huge shift in that. So, and when I started to look into those numbers, I discovered that it wasn't a tourist population increase that pushed those numbers higher. I looked at it from a off-season increase and a summer increase. And when I looked at those, when I say off-season, we're looking at 6 months, January, February, March, April, and then November and December. And then our summer increase, or our summer numbers came from May, June, July, August, and October. And what I found was that we had a equal amount increase in both areas. When I looked at, excuse me, I got a little off track. When I looked at those numbers, we saw an increase that was identical between summer months and winter months. And what that's telling me is that our full-time population in Surf City and our population in surrounding areas is really starting to drive our call volume. And you can see by the numbers and how it increases every year that, and right now, I got a note on my sheet that I did the numbers yesterday. Right now, as of 2024 compared to 2023, we're already at a 7% increase over 2023's numbers in 2024, and I expect that to continue, and we're going to continue to see a higher call volume as we go, and I think the number of mainland calls is going to continue to increase as our growth with new communities, new businesses, and part of that also is I think because we have such a business base in Surf City that people from outside jurisdictions are coming here to use our restaurants, to use our grocery stores, and that also drives our call volume. Does anybody have any questions about those numbers or where I got them or how they developed? So it's a continuing trend. These numbers grow every year. All right. Let me go back one second. So when we talk about hiring new officers and putting them on, it has a trickle-down effect. It's not only the cost of 2 brand new positions, those officers, but there's other associated costs that come along with that. And it trickles completely through our budget and all the way down through almost every line item that we have to increase something. Now, we look at our contracted services. Our contracted services line is going to go up by about $33,000. This list is not all compensating, but this is the major cost that we have in our contracted services line. Our body camera system, we're currently on a 5-year contract on our year-over-year cost. Our tsunami cameras and our flock cameras are on a year-after-year cost that we're on contract with the companies that provide those systems for us. Those camera systems that we use, the flock and the tsunami, combined, we were 18.3% of all criminal incidents in 2023. Those cameras either solved those crimes or provided data or intelligence into those crimes that gave us a suspect. I don't think there's any other program that we have or any other police officer that's within the department that's solving 18.3% of our criminal incidents. These are criminal incidents, not minor incidents. Our actual criminal incidents, 20% of those are being solved by our camera systems. When it comes to dollars, I think that that's well worth the money that's spent. Our Central Square software was implemented in 2023. That's our mobile dispatching in cars. We were way behind in this technology, and we took a huge leap forward in 2023 implementing this. It puts information at the fingertips of the officers that they need to respond safely and provide the services that the people in Surf City have become accustomed to. We also implemented our IA Pro software. This is early warning software, so all internal investigation information, any accidents that officers are involved in, any type of investigation that has to do with internal affairs at all goes into this program. So if an officer is late for work, there's an entry into this program. If an officer gets injured on the job, there's an entry into this program. So, and what this does is there's an algorithm in the background that's running. And if this program starts to see a problem develop with an officer, let's say that an officer hasn't gotten in trouble, there's nothing happened in 5 years, and all of a sudden he's gotten 2 complaints, he's late for work 3 times, and there's some other things going on, this program is going to pop a red flag and alert the administration. There may be an issue. You may want to look at this officer and see what's going on. And this is also, the early warning system was also required by the state a few years ago, and we got ahead of the ball on this, and we've now implemented IA Pro. New for 2024, we want to implement Power DMS software. It's a policy training and FTO tracking software. So right now, our policies are basically stored in a folder in our OneDrive, and we go through about 30% of them a year manually and read them and try to update them and go through and make sure that we are in line with best practices and standards across the state and across the country. What this program will do is it'll run in the background and tell us when new policies come about, that we want to change policies, and we'll be able to go over 100% of our policies every year to make sure we're current. It'll also keep track of all our training and let us know where we're deficient in training for our officers, and it'll also keep track of our FTO, which is our field training for new officers, and be able to identify where officers are falling short, if they're meeting the standard, if they're not, where we need to improve, and what adjustments we need to make. This is all in line with our strategic plan to implement technology-based policing. And it's not just technology-based policing on the patrol side. It's technology-based policing on the patrol, on the detective, administration. It's all encompassing across the board for us to be a more effective agency and be able to solve crime. And in solving crime, we want to be able to reduce the amount of crime and reduce the fear of crime, because the fear of crime itself is just as bad as crime. Does anybody have any questions about the contractor services line? So vehicles is another huge cost, and like I talked about earlier, that trickle-down effect from hiring new officers. We're asking for 5 new patrol vehicles with a complete upfit in 2024. That comes with a pretty big price tag. You see $290,000. In 22, we asked for 2 vehicles. In 23, we asked for 3, and we asked for the year-over-year replacement to replace our fleet every 8 years to be set at 3 vehicles. And that's been projected out, and that's what was settled on, that we were going to purchase 3 vehicles every year. But on top of that, if we hired 2 officers, we have to add those 2 additional vehicles and absorb that additional cost. Excuse me. This also increases our fuel, increases our maintenance costs, and it trickles down through even to our uniform cost. It just, everything across the board, once we start adding positions, is going to add cost. So when I talk about the $290,000 and the 5 new patrol vehicles with a complete upfit, that covers the vehicle, that covers the emblems on the side, that covers the lights on the top, that covers all the equipment that we put inside, except for computers. Does anybody have any questions on those numbers or how we came to them? Those numbers are based on state contract pricing. We get vehicles from the state at a certain, the state sets a contract, and we get pricing. The pricing set. It's not per dealership or whatever else. These are hard numbers.
The 3 replacements that come in, do we then sell 3 older vehicles?
Sometimes we sell vehicles. Sometimes we transfer them to other departments. Okay. So, but I can tell you, Alicia, that when we decommission a vehicle, it's used up. They're almost, the wheels are falling off by the time we replace them. And it is a huge cost. We currently have vehicles, 1 for each officer, and we have 2 spares. And usually when we get new vehicles, we try to get rid of those spares because they are our oldest, highest mileage vehicles that are usually the highest maintenance costs. So that's where we're at. Okay?
You said it didn't include computers. What budget does that come out of?
I'm going to get to that in a minute. If you want to wait a second, sir. Okay. All right, so our capital outlay equipment, I'm asking for $40,000 to upfit the new officers for their actual equipment that they'll need on their bodies. So when I talk about the computers, that's for their in-car computers, I talked to Jason Lingle and we had a discussion, and he was going to budget for our replacement cycle, and I was going to budget for the new computers that we actually needed to purchase to move forward and expand our supply of computers per officer. So he's going to purchase the replacement, I'm going to purchase the new. Same thing with the radios. I had a conversation with James Horn, the radio program. He is going to be purchasing the replacement cycle. I'm going to be doing the purchase on the new radios for the officers, and those radios are going to be the newest generation. I'm not going to buy old generation radios again. They're very expensive, and we're going to get the latest and greatest and be able to equip our officers that way. We don't have to go back in 2 years from now and spend extra money to replace those radios again. That money is also going to pay for firearms, tasers, body cams, and protective vests. All this stuff comes with a large price tag. I've always said that a police officer is the most expensive employee in the town, because not only do we have to pay them their salary and their benefits, we got to put them in a car, we got to get them a computer, we got to give them a vest, we got to give them a gun, and we have to provide them with all the tools of the trade and all the equipment they need to do their jobs every day, and it's expensive. Does anybody have any? Do you have any other questions about that? Very good. We're asking for $55,000 for an in-car camera system. These in-car camera systems would go in every single patrol car. Would have a front-facing camera and a rear-facing camera into the back seat to watch a prisoner in the back seat. These camera systems would reduce liability, increase public trust, provide redundancy, and increase criminal prosecution. So when body cams have a limited scope, you're only seeing what's directly in front of the officer on his chest and what he's seeing, and sometimes that's limited. And when I talk about redundancy, we've had critical incidents where officers have lost their body cams, and all we have footage-wise is of the grass or looking up at the sky, and all you can hear is in the background is often a scuffle or a altercation. You don't have actual video of it. What I want to do is I want to take this in-car camera system and give us a situational overview of everything that's happening. We can see what the officer's doing before contact. We can see what's happening before a vehicle stop, where right now we don't have the capability to do that. And when I talk about increasing criminal prosecution, I ran a dash cam in my car for a number of years before we moved into body cams. It took to get dash cams out. And I always use that dash cam in DWI arrests. And when you walk into court and you have video footage of a vehicle driving in and out of lanes and off the roadway, and when the person steps out of the car, they melt down the side of the car onto the pavement, it's a very strong piece of evidence in court that you can use. When I talk about increasing public trust, it makes us transparent. If we can produce video and we have video of what officers are doing on a daily basis, and that our public knows that we're out there doing the right thing every day, that increases the public's trust in our department. Reducing liability, we've had some really critical incidents in the last couple of years, and to have this situational awareness of exactly what's going on from not only the body camera, but a situational overview of what's happening could be certainly reduce liability and give us the upper hand when it comes to any potential civil suits that come against the town by actions of the officers. Does anybody have any questions about the in-car camera system? So that camera system would also run concurrently with our body cam system. It's the same company, and we would utilize the same platform, Axon. It's evidence.com, and all our video footage would go into the same data house. It would all be encompassed into one.
That prices would equip all of the...
So that $55,000 includes equipment and installation in all of our patrol vehicles, and that $55K is a year-over-year cost. So it would move from capital outlay equipment, and next year it would move back into our contracted services, just like our body cams. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. We're asking for $6,000 for a PD emergency response drone. We have a drone right now. We use it extensively, but it's old. It's showing its age, and we want to move forward and get new technology. Emergency management has a nice new drone, but it's very big. We need an emergency drone that is man-packable, can be deployed by one officer with very quick response to put to use in emergencies. And really that's standard practice across the board, is that agencies that have a larger drone also have a smaller one so that they can be deployed much quicker. We've used our drone in homicide cases, in deaths, in vehicle accidents. We use it quite a bit, and it has become a very important piece of equipment to us in providing a situational overview of any kind of critical incident that happens, and also in searching for suspects that flee, searching for missing children. You can have an air asset in the air within minutes without calling a helicopter and have eyes on the ground from that air asset, and it's priceless. You can't really put a price tag on that when it comes down to that.
How many of our officers are trained in?
We have 3 pilots right now in the department. So.
Can it also be used at night? It's like at night vision?
Yes, so our new camera would have infrared and night vision on it, where right now the camera that we have on our drone is just basically, it's a DJI camera that's commercially available, which limits us in our scope to be able to use it. We're also asking for $6,000 for a narcotic incinerator. What this would do is any narcotics that we confiscate and we house on our evidence vault, it would give us the ability to destroy them and remove them without having to take it to other agencies or have officers drive back and forth to the crime lab to actually destroy these. We'd be able to do it in-house and provide that service to other agencies around us that may not be able to afford one. Does anybody have any questions? And then last but not least, hiring and retention is big within law enforcement. There's not a chief or a sheriff across the agency, across the state that I haven't spoke to recently that isn't having problems retaining or recruiting people. I was at the Chiefs Conference. This was a big topic, recruiting and retention. And I actually had lunch with the sheriff of New Hanover the other day, and most of our lunch topic was hiring and retention and our personnel and where they're coming from, how we're getting them, how we're going to retain them. So it's a problem that's everybody's seeing. We budgeted for this last year, and it was the first time we actually budgeted for recruiting, and we want to budget that again. Our cadet programs have been highly successful. We opened the cadets up again, anticipating openings in the future so that we can be ahead of the game and have these people in uniform and on the ground. So we're not trying to play catch up and have openings open for 1.5 years, 2 years before we can actually put somebody in a uniform. I want to get to the point where we have people waiting that are BLET trained and waiting to step into a police officer's uniform, step into a car, so that we don't have that lag time and that our services do not slack up for the citizens of Surf City. Excuse me. The recruiting budget includes bonuses. Right now we have a $3,000 bonus for lateral in-state transfers. So if another officer comes from another agency to Surf City, we base that on his training experience, how many years he served, and there's an equation for that, and we plug all that in, and it can equal up to $3,000. We pay part of it up front and then part of it after so much time goes by. Recruiting aids, there's all kinds of stuff that goes into that, pamphlets, information, travel, going to job fairs, and advertising nationally. We brought in a trooper from Idaho, became one of our officers here, moved from Idaho and came here. And we also recently brought in a retired Marine who was a military police officer. And it was the first time that we had done that, because now we're having to reach and look in many different directions on where we're going to get qualified applicants. It used to be they came to us and we didn't really have to do much, and it's not that like that anymore. We really have to go out and seek the people that we want. That about wraps up my presentation. I tried to give a high-level overview of our biggest cost increase, and obviously that increase for personnel and that trickle-down effect of where we're at and how much that's going to cost us in the future. And I hope I explained that to you pretty well. But that's all I have for right now. I'd be happy to take any questions from anybody.
I'm good.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Up next is Chief Wilson with the Fire Department.
I'll drive. See which way it goes. Oh, that way it goes down. Perfect. All right. Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, Council, thank you for allowing me to come and present the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the Surf City Fire Department. Please feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions. The Surf City Fire Department is committed to providing superior customer service through emergency response and prevention measures. The Fire Department utilizes the Town of Surf City's mission, vision, and core values to drive our success. In addition, we do have our own mission statement. The mission of the Surf City Fire Department is to improve the quality of life and safety of the community by protecting life, property, and the environment through an all-hazard response on land and sea. I'd like to give a brief overview of your fire department's operations as a background for our new council members and a refresher for our tenured members. The fire department currently operates out of 2 fire stations, and we're in the process of opening a marine response station at Soundside Park. We are the primary response agencies for the town of Surf City and the Northeast Pender Fire District, and that encompasses over 42 square miles of first response territory in both Pender and Onslow counties. You may ask, what do I mean when I say all hazards response? Well, it really means all hazards, minus law enforcement, of course, but we do typically respond to many joint emergencies with our law enforcement partners. When we talk about an all hazards approach, we're typically referring to fire, EMS, and rescue. Here in Surf City, our rescue efforts include technical rescue, vehicle and machinery rescue, ocean rescue, as well as marine rescue. Our current staffing is broken down into 24 full-time positions, 18 part-time firefighters, 14 volunteer firefighters, and various seasonal ocean rescue swimmers. Our minimum staffing is currently 6 personnel per shift. We operate out of 4 divisions within the department: administration, suppression, fire prevention and life safety, and then training and compliance. We do currently have an ISO Class 3 rating, which we worked hard towards over the years to get. It's a pretty tough measure, but this rating determines the insurance rates for our residents and our businesses. The rating scale is from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being a non-rated fire department. This rating is based on the fire department's ability to respond and to recognize hazards in the area. One key point is that this rating is a straight rating, so we maintain a Class 3 in both Surf City and the Northeast Pender Fire District. Just a note to shed some light on the significance of a Class 3 rating: out of the 38,000 rated fire departments in the U.S., there are only 3,856 Class 3 fire departments. Out of the 1,700 North Carolina rated fire departments, there are only 248 Class 3 fire departments. So you can see in the map that our fire district is much bigger than just the town of Surf City. We cover up into Hawley Shelter Game Land as well. You can see on the left corner there, that's really the whole, that green area is the entire fire district that we cover. So it's just much bigger than just the town of Surf City. So when we look at our administrative division, currently the fire department is managed by a command staff of 2 administrative chief officers and a fire marshal who oversees the fire prevention and life safety division, along with various other administrative duties. These 3 officers are responsible for over 55 personnel, roughly $15 million in assets, including 2 fire stations, a training facility, 2 accessory buildings, a boat lift response station, 13 apparatus, 3 ATVs, a boat, a jet ski, and various other gear and equipment. We also manage over $3 million in budgeted funds. When we move down to our suppression division, this is where the rubber meets the road, if you will. The suppression division is the face of the organization and where the real work happens. These personnel are our biggest asset, and without them, there would be no fire department. And our suppression division is primarily run by the deputy chief, but each shift has a captain that operates as a shift commander, and then we have 3 lieutenants and our 18 firefighters. Their role is to maintain a constant state of readiness. They respond to all emergencies and non-emergency events. They maintain certification requirements, not only their personal certifications, but also the certifications of the organization itself, our ability to do what we do. They have to maintain that. They assist with code enforcement inspections and educational programs, and then, of course, the non-suppression activities as well, like hydrant maintenance and flow testing, pre-incident planning, building, vehicle, and equipment maintenance. Those are all the things that our firefighters do every day. And we have our Special Operations Division. This division is within suppression. It's the same personnel that do special operations, but it takes additional special skills, knowledge, and abilities. While all of our personnel have a basic understanding of and operational ability within our special ops world, this is where specialties will separate themselves. And we as a community benefit because it allows a firefighter to develop specific skills, whether it's vehicle or machinery extrication, marine response, ocean rescue, hazmat response, etc. Ocean rescue is also a big part of what we do. It does take a lot of the glory in the fire department, and it is a vital piece of our service, but it's just one of the many services we provide. And again, our ocean rescue falls under our suppression division. Fire prevention and life safety. As much as we prepare for the response, we also spend a significant amount of time, energy, and resources on prevention. This division is led primarily by Chief Burton, our fire marshal. We have a shift lieutenant, Tim Van Pelt. He has taken the reins of our community risk reduction coordinator. He does that as a voluntary assignment to him, and he does a phenomenal job with organizing all of our educational programs throughout the town. We also have 9 personnel that are on shift that are certified inspectors that go out and assist with building code, fire code inspections. They oversee the entire fire code enforcement program, and they also oversee all of the fire investigations in Surf City. They manage the fire department's OSHA and other regulatory compliance that we need, and then they develop and implement the fire and life safety education. This includes car seat checks, CPR classes, first aid classes, fire prevention calendars. That program that we did with the school last year was a big hit. Community events, birthday parties, bike parades, other school events, you name it, we get requests all the time to bring the fire truck out, or can we come to the fire station? All of that is handled generally by Lieutenant Van Pelt and Chief Burton. Training and Compliance Division, well, this is some pictures of some of our community events we've done in the past few months. Moving on to our Training and Compliance Division. Training is the framework of everything we do in the fire department. Every task and scenario is drilled and then drilled some more until it becomes second nature. Because what we do and what we've learned in high-stress environments is when you enter into a scenario, a sensory overload situation, your brain falls back to its memories and repetitive motions. This is true for fire, EMS, police, military, etc. Training or lack thereof is also the #1 finding in all firefighter line of duty death and significant injury investigations. This is also where we further develop our volunteers, career staff, part-time employees, and our ocean rescue swimmers. This development is a staple of the program, and we've been able to utilize our training program to develop volunteers and even some of our seasonal ocean rescue swimmers into becoming full-time professional firefighters. And I think that's a testament to what our people do at the training level at the fire department. And what you see on the screen here, I just wanted to point out some of the hours that it takes to become a firefighter. What you see at the top there, 500 for firefighter certification and 340 for EMT certification. You have to have that before you even can start working for us. We don't have a cadet program like the police department does. You have to have your certification before you can even come to work for us. So that's initial training before you can even start. These other training requirements on the left, those are just different certifications that our personnel may seek. What you see at the bottom there on the left, the firefighter advancement and officer advancement, 200 hours and 500 hours. These are the average number of hours it takes to be eligible for our in-house career ladder steps. So these are additional training hours that have to happen every year, in addition to the annual recertification hours that we have to have that are on the right side. So there's hundreds of hours every year that our employees have to have just to maintain their certification level, and then hundreds more hours to be able to advance. Some of the major accomplishments we've had in this past year, we did implement phase 1 of our fire department staffing plan to get our ladder company staffed. We are working right now on the Marine 23 boat lift installation. We did procure a jet ski from fundraising efforts from the Surf City Firefighters Auxiliary. That's going to be put in place this summer. A recertification of our USLA Aquatic Rescue Response Team. I'm happy to say that that certification went through this year. Recertification went through without a hitch. When we first got this certification a few years ago, we were the only fire department in North Carolina that had it. There is one more right now, so there's only 2 fire departments in North Carolina that have this certification. We are in the final stages of getting our partnership agreement done with the Jack Helbig Memorial Foundation to expand our beach flag and rescue can program to every access in Surf City. That's going to be done before the beach season. We expanded our public CPR course offerings. We held 2 junior fire academies this year, one in the summer and one at spring break. And then the kitchen and living quarters remodel at Station 23. I do want to point out that that through this project, we are going to be able to add a female living quarters at that fire station. So now our female firefighters are going to be able to come and work at that fire station, whereas before we really didn't have that ability. So that's a really good thing for us. And then we were able to surplus our 2 old fire engines. So service delivery, as the budget is presented, there is no decrease in service delivery. There are a couple of potential increases. Obviously, we're looking at some staffing increases on the administrative side, as well as the operations side, and then the ocean rescue. Moving into our personnel request, we're looking at adding an assistant chief position with the fire department. The fire department is in critical need for administrative assistance. Currently, only 2 admin personnel who oversee various operational areas. As noted above, we manage over 42 square miles of district, 6 miles of beach strand, 55 plus personnel, 15 million in assets, buildings, apparatus, various equipment. And due to the lack of administrative personnel, many admin duties are divided up between suppression staff, which is not an efficient practice, especially as the community continues to grow at such a rapid rate. This new position will oversee 2 mission-critical areas to maintain our operational readiness: special operations and training certification compliance. The current training officer is also a shift captain and has several other duties, but should be focusing on maintaining a state of readiness for his shift. We have been trying a new system to divide these responsibilities even more, but it's still a fragmented system and remains that way until we can assign these responsibilities to one individual. The fire department relies heavily on training, but not only because it is a requirement, but we need to ensure that our personnel are ready and able to save lives in our community. This past year, our members attended over 5,460 classes while logging over 11,360 hours of training. This is a 10% increase from last year and a 175% increase from over 5 years ago. The new assistant chief would be responsible for the entire training program for our 55-plus personnel. They will serve as the school director for our North Carolina Office of the State Fire Marshal Certification Delivery Program and would ensure that proper certifications are being earned, renewed, and proper content is being delivered, and identify any new tactics or strategies or even deficiencies that we need to work on. One of our measured outcomes is to have 100% compliance for ISO, which is the Insurance Service Organization, and state required training. We have made great strides over the past 5 years, but we need more oversight and program management to succeed. The assistant chief would also oversee all special operations, which include our rapidly growing ocean rescue program, technical rescue, waterway response, etc. They would also assist with other admin duties such as staffing, logistics, and recruitment. Lastly, our Ocean Rescue Strategic Plan, which was approved by the Council in 2022, also recognized this need and identified 2 objective measures that address the need for a more comprehensive training program and to create a position to oversee training and supervision of special operations. Any questions on that position request? All right, moving on to phase 2 of our fire department's staffing plan. This year, we're asking for 3 captains for this phase 2 plan. This is a continuation of the staffing plan that we started last year to get our ladder rescue company staffed. Staffing models for the fire department are a little different. I know PD presented their matrix, and that is a phenomenal program that they've put together. Unfortunately, we don't have that in the fire department. And I know we talked about it at depth last year, and Kyle and I have been back and forth on trying to figure it out. But the fire department personnel is based on minimum standards and best practices. And then we look at geography and the density of the community. And then we put an emphasis on what is the desired ISO rating. Again, our rating is 3, but when we look at how we staff a fire department, those are the criteria we look at. And just to give you a comparison, especially for our new council members, we cover 42 square miles. The city of Asheville is 44 square miles. They have about a 94,000 population. They have 12 stations, 20 companies with 5 shift supervisors, and roughly 250 suppression personnel. And I'm giving you these comparisons just so you can see the wide range. Rocky Mount is a 43 square mile city with a 54,000 population. They operate 7 fire stations, 12 companies with 2 shift supervisors, roughly 150 suppression personnel. For a more local comparison, we can even look at Pender EMS and Fire. They cover the Hampstead, Scotts Hill area. And I would estimate, just by doing a Google Map survey, that's about 50 square miles. And they operate 4 stations, 4 companies with 1 shift supervisor with roughly 50 suppression personnel. Currently, we're at 42 square miles with about a 10,000 population when you factor in our Northeast Pender Fire District and the town of Surf City. And then we increased that to about 30 to 40,000 in the summer. And we operate 2 fire stations, 2 companies, 21 suppression personnel. And we're trying to get to 3 companies with 1 shift supervisor, and that'll put us at 30 personnel. And currently, our staffing and deployment model, doesn't really meet our industry best practices or ISO NFPA requirements. The North Carolina Office of the State Fire Marshal and ISO require a minimum 2 engine and 1 ladder service response for all structure-related events. The minimum standard is 4 people per truck. However, for multi-unit departments such as ours, where we have 2 engines and we will have a ladder soon, 3 per truck has become a commonplace with some exceptions. NFPA identifies an adequate firefighting force and minimum first alarm assignments of 17 personnel for single-family residents and 28 personnel for commercial or multifamily apartments. We have 6 people minimum staffing. If we get a call during the day, we have 9. And then if we look at our mutual aid partners, we're going to get 3 from Pender EMS and Fire, 2 from Topsail Beach, 2 from North Topsail Beach. That's our first alarm dispatch. And that's only 13 to 16 people in a perfect setting. So we're still relying heavily on our off-duty personnel as well as our volunteers to meet those minimum standards. The community has witnessed an unprecedented growth over the past few years. Emergency call response has historically increased on average about 14% each year, and we've seen a total of about 89% over the past 5 years. We did see a small increase in emergency responses this year, and I would attribute that to our preventative measures to more clearly identify what emergency versus non-emergency calls are. We are still seeing significant call overlap, which is where we have multiple calls at one time. This is steadily increasing. We're seeing about 14 to 18% call overlap each year. When we do get our ladder company up and running, we expect that call overlap will not be as significant due to having 2 available units versus having 3 available units versus 2. Non-suppression activities are also increasing. Fire code inspections are up 52% over the past 5 years. Public education programs, 70% over the past 5 years. Our training requirements are up 60%. Beach strand contacts are up 15% from last year. And we know that new developments within the community bring new homes and populations and demand on emergency services, but it also increases our non-suppression activities such as hydrant maintenance, building pre-plans. All those factors affect the daily workload of our firefighters. And just a reminder that our firefighters work a scheduled shift of 24 hours at a time, and that equates to 2,904 hours per year, and that is already 800 more hours than a normal employee. This does not account for any type of overtime or special events, ocean rescue work, vacation, sick leave, training, etc. This workload across the country has contributed to a higher stress environments that can have profound effects on the health, safety, and mental health of our employees, who are our most valued assets. We must work towards a staffing model that limits these stressors as much as possible. Any questions on our Phase 2 Ladder Rescue Company staffing plan? All right, moving on to ocean rescue. We are requesting one additional ocean rescue team for the summer. Currently, we only have one roaming team. This is a set number of hours for seasonal and part-time employees. That would give us 2 roaming units on the beach at all times. That one was a little bit shorter. Any questions? All right, moving on into capital projects. We don't have a whole lot on the capital projects this year. Station 25 generator replacement. We are in the process of replacing Station 23's generator this year. But the generator at this fire station requires, the biggest issue with it is it's an LP powered generator, and there's only a 120-gallon tank. It's very inefficient. It does not allow for self-fueling. We've added a lot of load to that system since it was installed 28 years ago. Specifically, with the new sewer lift station that we have and just the added load, this generator is becoming a little bit unreliable. We are requesting an administrative vehicle replacement per our replacement schedule. And then, of course, I'm not going to talk about radios. I think that one's been beat down pretty good. Budget highlights. While the overall budget does show about a 20% increase as a whole, the majority of that increase is associated with personnel requests. The operational budget is down by 19%, and I believe this is significant, especially with the rising cost of every aspect of our operation. We have made great strides in efficiency of operations and fiscal planning, trying to spread out large capital expenditures. If you'll look at each line item, our professional services is up 9%, basically looking at just our NFPA physicals with our new personnel. Much like PD, once we add people, everything else just increases. Contracted services, it says 50%, but I do want to show that's only a $500 increase. But there's a new statute now that firefighters have to be fingerprinted as part of their background checks. And we really don't know what that's going to cost us because there's some caveats on who has to have them and who doesn't and where they can get it done. Equipment maintenance is up 57%. We got some cuts on that budget last year, but we also, our air packs are out of warranty, so that increases, and then our hydraulic tool maintenance. Supplies are up 24%. Uniforms as well, new personnel. Training and travel is up 28%. Again, increase in travel costs and registration costs, as well as new personnel, and then additional ocean rescue training. Our fire prevention and education is up 40%, but basically it boils down to the Kids Recruit Academy, as well as some investigative tools and equipment that we need. Utilities are up 12%. I did put dues and subscriptions last on purpose. You'll see that there's a 93% increase in that one. And what that is it basically is we have to implement a new RMS system, which is our record management system. It's our fire reporting software that we have to use in order to send our fire reports up to the National Fire Academy. The current company that we use has been bought out, and that organization has already told us they're not going to upgrade or update or fix our current system. And not only that, is the federal government is changing how fire reports are being reported. So they're definitely not even upgrading to that new system. These are annual contracts, and unfortunately, we're going to have to pay for both during a set period of time because we have to extract all that data that we have, all of our occupancy data. This system holds all of our fire inspections that we have historically done in Surf City, all of our fire report data. So we have to extract all that data out. So unfortunately, we're going to have to pay for two systems at one time. We do believe that we're going to be able to consolidate some of our systems like scheduling, like equipment checks, asset management. All of those things are going to be consolidated in one program this year. And then once that is up and running, it will actually be a cost savings of what we're paying now for separate systems. Any questions? And I do have decreases. And I didn't just add it, I promise. We did see a slight decrease in our building maintenance. Just trying to keep up with things instead of letting things, linger until they become bigger problems. Maintenance of vehicle, you'll see a huge decrease in that. There's two reasons for that. One is we're able to purchase vehicles now based on our replacement plan, so that lowers our maintenance costs. But also we removed some of our ATVs and boats and put in the ocean rescue budget specifically. So that's where the biggest cost difference is there. Capital vehicle cost obviously is lower. Capital building, not as much going on now. And then I'm happy to say that the fire department, to my knowledge, doesn't have any debt service now. I can't take credit for that. That's all finance. But we did pay off 2 fire truck loans that we had just past year. So I'm happy to say the fire department doesn't have any debt. So with that, that's all I have. I do appreciate the time to come and present to you all, and I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Good. Thank you.
Well done, well done.
Did I beat 30 minutes?
They're timing
I was
each other.
told I had 30 minutes max.
Is there a pool?
I don't know, there might be.
Only 8 more departments to go. So, next is community development. Amy Kimes, our planning director. Mr. Martin said he brought lunch for everybody. Is that right? You brought lunch for everybody? Okay, good.
Get your truck and get it, bring it on in here, we'll be ready.
So I'm just going to start with, I'm going to be pretty fast because I am actually hungry. So just throwing that out there. Downright. So as everyone up there knows, I am Amy Kimes. I am the planning director for community development. I'm going to start by just kind of giving a brief mission statement, background on our department or whatnot. So the mission of community development is to lead in developing policies, plans, and ordinances related to community growth and development, as well as administering existing ordinances, regulations, and policies fairly and accurately. Our department consists of 5 positions and comprises 4 functional areas. Those are broken out between planning and zoning, building inspections, code enforcement, and GIS. Though they're all interrelated, they're all kind of standalone positions as well. So for planning and zoning, I feel like the board sees me a lot, so y'all kind of know what planning and zoning is. It's planning board meeting minutes, board of adjustment, technical review committee. We issue all zoning and planning related permits. We bring all of the planning items before council. We provide the interpretation of zoning and subdivision ordinances, and we also provide updates of all zoning and subdivision ordinances. Building inspections, pretty self-explanatory. We enforce minimum housing. The building inspector here does do the floodplain administration, which we will get into later. The building inspections to all properties within the town limits, and we also do building inspections in our ETJ. And then our building inspector does the review of all building plans to make sure that they meet the North Carolina Building Code. Our code enforcement officer works kind of in two different areas. We have the municipal code, which is the upfront chapters, and then we have the zoning regulations, which are appendixes A, B, and C. The upfront chapters would be typical solid waste violations, residential addressing, right-of-way violations, those type of things. Where the zoning regulations examples would include signs, coastal forest overlay district, which is removal of trees without any kind of clearing permit, and also installation of oversized driveways with raw material, those kinds of things, and also containers and outdoor storage. We do interpret and update the municipal and zoning ordinances as needed. Our ordinances are a living document and should be updated as the town grows and changes. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as well. The Geographic Information Systems provides maps as requested to all departments within the town. Y'all have actually seen a few of those in other presentations today. He manages updates to all public-facing maps. So we have a GIS website that provides a lot of information. That is managed by us. We collect the data for the town assets, so all of our sewer water, stormwater, all of our parks are mapped. All of that is collected by our GIS person, and we are also now, Rocco, is one of the drone pilots for the new drone that we just received. So he recently passed his drone pilot test. So if James isn't here, we should be able to step in and fill that role if needed. So the biggest thing that we're going to talk about today for me is a personnel request. So I am requesting a building inspector. So we looked across kind of the board of some of our surrounding municipalities and saw how many building inspectors they have and how many building inspectors we have. So we have one building inspector. Everybody else has a minimum of 2. Why that becomes an issue is if our building inspector's here, our building department is shut down for that period of time. We don't have other inspections. Our GIS analyst is currently working towards getting some of his probationary and different licenses to try to help with that. However, he has other roles and responsibilities, and that's kind of a fixed gap measure that we're trying to do, right now to give some backup. So for instance, next week, our building inspector will be in training for 6+ hours a day, which is time that he can't be out doing inspections. So he, in some other time, has to make up that inspection time. So it's not just he wants to be out for vacation or he's sick or anything that pulls him away from building inspections. It's time that we don't really have someone to cover that position. In the past, we did some contract inspection. That is very hard to find. What we are finding across the board is that our building inspectors are aging out. There's getting ready to be a mass retirement among the building inspection community, and trying to find anyone who does that private site inspection has been very difficult. We also have a shared agreement with our local municipalities. However, Topsail Beach does not have a building inspector right now. North Topsail Beach has one building inspector. Holly Ridge does have 2. We do utilize those on things like if your power's cut off and you have to have an inspection from us before you can get it back on, then we do use those mutual aid agreements. Unfortunately, most of them don't have an ability to give us an inspector for a few full 2 days or 3 days as well. So that's kind of the number. And then when we look at the average number of inspections per inspector, we looked at some similar size coastal towns. One of the reasons we wanted to use some of the coastal towns we have a lot of pile inspections. Houses are kind of different here than in other areas of the state. But you can see that our inspector averages 22 inspections a day, where the highest is Pender County with 20 inspections a day. Today, we have 40 inspections in 21 locations that need to be completed. So just riding around town makes it difficult. And then during the summer, when you're trying to get from one side to the other, we try to put all of our inspections where we're on the island with no back and forth, but that doesn't always work out because you have to meet contractors, on site. So it ends up sometimes just the logistics of getting back and forth. And when we're looking at that, for us in 2020, 2021, 22, 23, we had 887 permits. That's total, that's everything, that's miscellaneous, just everything. Then we had 883 in 21, 980 in 22, and 890 in 23. I'd also like to mention that when we do a commercial, when we do an apartment, each one of those buildings is one commercial permit and one inspection is assigned to that. That's 24 individual homes inside of that building that he's inspecting. It's not like going in and inspecting an 1,100 square foot home in Waterside. It's 24 individual homes with individual kitchens, bathrooms, plumbing, all of that in each building, and we're accounting for one inspection when I'm looking at this number of inspections. So just want to note that our trend is there. So I started with the town in 2019, which is when we exploded apparently on the building inspection and growth side, really. I thought that this was normal. And when Steve retired, our department, Steve and I were kind of co-department heads, which made it a little bit different. So now I am the only department head. So I really started looking into this. Our highest number of single-family home from 1990 to now has been in 21, 22, and 23, with 213 single-family, 226, and 234. Our highest number prior to that was 171 in 2003, and then we fell to 145 and 77. So we have, one year we had 10. So, we have kind of doubled our average. Our average was in the 70s range, and now we're over 200 just in single family. Every time a new single family home is built, there's going to be more miscellaneous permits as we come. We're already seeing the miscellaneous permits rolling in for Waterside, where we want to add a shed, we want to add a new room, we want to close in that deck and make it a sunroom. I had one person that wanted to go up. So there's all kinds of additional permits that will be forthcoming as we add these houses. We also have been approving a lot of stuff lately. We have a lot of growth coming to town. I have my pre-app submittal next week with Applewood Trace. That's 399 homes. So we have permitted, and we have some sewer capacity that will be coming on this fall that will allow us to continue that growth while we're working on getting that additional sewer capacity. I'd kind of hoped that we wouldn't necessarily, and we'd have a little downtime, and we could go in and we could clean up the records, and we could do the things that we've not been able to do because we've been putting out the fires, and that does not seem to be the case. But again, I just want to note that we do more inspections per person than any of the people around us. But on top of that, there's 3 main responsibilities with our inspector, which is field inspections, obviously, plan review, and floodplain administration. And I want to note that our inspector is the only one that does floodplain administration. For Pender County, that's a whole nother position. And it would be nice if somebody else in my department could take it on, but we're all full right now with the work that we're doing. This position will give us an opportunity to look at realignment of some of the things that we're doing right now. Because when you're looking at the inspector has all of these new other inspections, that also means that we're processing these additional permits. That means that our administrative assistant is processing all of these new permits. I'm looking at them, our GIS person is touching them. So our hope is that with this new person, a little bit of that extra, some of the working viewpoint, the permitting and stuff can go along with that. So it's not just, okay, we're going to cut the average number of inspections down to 11, and he's going to be under everybody else, and he's just going to be chilling. That is not at all the case, because he is going to be catching up on all the floodplain administration. As y'all know, we're waiting on those floodplain maps to be adopted, which means we have to revise the ordinance to meet that. There's new things that we will be looking at on that. So it's not just the inspections that this position will be doing. It'll be kind of a combined of pulling a little bit of everything into this position and maybe kind of realigning some other people. But that is my spiel for why I really, really need this person, and I'm only asking for one. So then the community development kind of project updates. As y'all all know, we completed the comprehensive land use plan, which was a really big undertaking for us. The plan really guides the changes that we're currently working in the zoning ordinance. So that plan was adopted in February of 2023 by y'all with a CRC certification of July 27th of 2023. We're currently working on the zoning and subdivision ordinance update. We met with our consultant last night. She provided a presentation with additional chapters for us to review. So for those of y'all who don't know, we have a SharePoint site that the steering committee has access to all of the changes, and then we're going in there and we're making comments of, hey, we like this, hey, we don't like this, or, you know, I'll make a comment and somebody else on the committee will give it a thumbs up, like we really think that that's an important comment. And then they are taking all of that back, and once they get all the comments, they will come to us with a new revised revision to kind of look at. And once we get through that, where staff and the steering committee feel comfortable with it, then we will have a work session with council where y'all will all get to go in there and say, hey, we like what you did, hopefully. Or we think you missed the mark on a few things. Can you look at this, or can you look at that? So that is something that you should be seeing hopefully in early summer for you to review. That is an update to only the appendices, because the appendices are the zoning and subdivision regulations. That does not look at anything in the front chapters. However, we are looking at the front chapters and trying to make sure that we are either tying in to that, or if there is an issue with something in the front chapters, we may have to bring a text amendment for the municipal code before you as well. The budget highlights. So I did all of my pros and cons on one page. I don't have like a separate I did well page. But on the contracted services, that is dropping simply because we had already budgeted for that comprehensive land use plan. And we had some budgeted money in there, you know, for the ordinance rewrite as well. So those things are dropping off. We are asking for additional funds this year just for a standards and specifications. So the town has ordinances, right, but we don't necessarily have the book that shows you how to do the things that the words say. So we are looking to find a consultant to help us do that. So it's going to say on a 600, if you have 600 foot of roadway frontage, you can have X number of driveways. If you have 300 feet, you can have X number of driveways. It's going to tell you what kind of pipe needs to go under your driveway. It's going to be in conjunction with the utilities department. So it'll tell you, you know, it'll update all of prices, standards, and specifications with the sewer and the water. It'll provide our streets design, just kind of all of those things. You graciously budgeted phase 1 of that last year, but these are expensive documents, so I'm asking for a little bit more money on that. So that's our contracted services. Our telephone postage and printing, they're a little bit odd. We keep saying we're going to pass that, we're going to do the flood maps, and we keep waiting for FEMA to give us the go-ahead on that, and we've been waiting, I don't know, Kyle, since what, 2015? So I keep putting money in there every year to do the mailers and to get that out there. So I know those numbers seem high. We typically don't use that money, and it goes right back in, but at some point, I am going to be able to send the mailers and say that the FEMA maps are ready to be updated. So that's why they're in there. Maintenance repair of vehicle. So our vehicles continue to get older every year. We did go to 4,000 because we put a lot of money into them a year or so ago, and they seem to be holding well. So we went down a little bit on that. Advertising pays for our, legally we have to advertise our public hearings that we do. So we share that cost with whoever Carla's group is. We share it with her. She pays a portion of the advertisement that we do in the paper every time it goes out, and then we pay the other. Uniform allowance, we did increase that year. This year, we have not offered composite or protective toe shoes to our people in the past. But with conversations and some of the OSHA requirements, it seems like if you are on a building site, you should probably be wearing them. So we have that in there, and we'll be following up with that some more. Our dues and subscriptions are just our basic licenses. So I'm a PE. Kenneth has all of his license. Scott and I are both CZOs, so it pays for that. The capital outlay is a big increase, obviously. So 2 things. Every year, I ask for a new truck to replace Scott's 2006 Ford Explorer that we put a lot of money in a couple years ago. Every year, I get told no, and every year, Kyle tells me keep asking. So one of these is for a replacement of that 2006 Ford Explorer. We have a 2018 Pathfinder that's in great shape. It's good. We borrowed a sewer truck, and that is a decommissioned sewer truck, and that is what we are using, for a GIS person. So it'd be nice to have 2 good vehicles, but that's, up to y'all. And then the other one is if we do get a new building inspector, we will need a dedicated vehicle for that person. Rocco and I share the sewer truck and kind of work around. But with the inspector, as much as they're out in the field, they would need that extra vehicle. And then for the IT cost shared, unshared, in there, I went ahead and everything I put in there, I did it with the person, like the new person separate. Like he needs a new computer, so that was shown in there. He would need an iPad for the field and certain things. So that was a big part of it, was just getting the new person up and running. And then also with the new drone comes new fancy software so that we can make all of the pretty maps and the pretty pictures that we need. So that cost is in there. We are researching that and looking to see. I do have a little bit of money in my budget where I switched around some things last year. We may be able to afford that this year. We are trying really hard to figure that out before y'all adopt the budget. So that may actually go down a little bit, but if not, then that cost is in there so that we can actually do something with the pictures that the drone takes other than store them on the computer. And that is the basic budget highlights for me. And that's all I really have. Anybody have any questions?
Ask, how often are we going to Topsail Beach? How many calls a day?
We are not doing it as much right now. They are contracting with the gentleman that we used to contract with. He is willing to work about 3 hours a day. So
When's the last time that they had a building inspector?
a full time when he retired. The one that had been there forever retired a couple years ago. They tried a part-time temporary one for a little while. Steve worked with them on using his license to help with their probationary and everything. That did not work out. I'm not exactly sure why, but it has been.
If you'll send me a report on that, Amy, I'll get it out to the mayor and the board on that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Amy?
Nope, I don't.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, y'all good? You need a minute?
We're good. Y'all good?
Sure.
I need to stop, I'm gonna run.
Okay.
Up next, Jody Shepherd, Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Director.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. This afternoon, I feel like I have the opportunity to be able to highlight some of the things that we have going on within our departments, as well as some needs that we have. So far, all of the department heads that have got up here, I have heard parks, recreation, projects, all of those things. So I think everybody has somewhat of an understanding already about the needs that you're going to see me discuss and the opportunities that we have for the future. All right, so on our next slide here, you are going to see me give an overview of the Earl G. Inez Batts Recreation Complex. This is a current project that we have been focusing on for several years. Recently in January, we were able to move forward with the actual groundbreaking of this facility. So throughout this year, you will see us go through a construction project of Phase 1. We are very excited for this. This was brought in by community members, by our master plan, by all of our background, by our needs of what our community was moving into. And our next aspect that we're going to look at is our Phase 2. So currently, the image that you have up on the screen, it shows our Phase 1 component, which is the front, which is roughly the 11 acres that we're currently working on. And then the right-hand side of the image, you're going to see the 2 multi-purpose lighted fields, which is roughly about 7 acres. That is the direction that when we're looking at our priorities, our current priority is Phase 1, looking into the future, focusing on the Phase 2 portion, which is the 2 lighted fields, multi-purpose fields, so we have the ability to do multiple things on those fields, as well as connectivity to existing trails. So you will see the pond location on there. You'll see the trail going around it. It's the opportunity for us to go around the new existing pond as well as the pre-existing pond that we have on our community center property. So I've also included a graph up there that is giving you an overview of our athletic participation since 2021. So it goes through 2024. So you see that each year we have had a steady increase, as well as providing you with currently where we are in 2024, and we're not even halfway through our athletics for the year. So I definitely know that we are going to at least align with our 2023 and possibly exceed that. So that's why we believe it is necessary for us to be able to move forward in these additional projects and priorities that you're going to hear me talk about, to be able to service the community to the needs that they're asking for. So the next slide is our future priority is our Surf City Community Center Facility Expansion Project. You heard me talk about this last year. We've been able to move forward with the RFP going out for requests for professional services for organizations to be able to come in and put some numbers together for us as far as the rough cost. Last year I came to you with a rough estimate of about $4.3 million for the upgrades and the expansion to the community center. So we believe this is a priority due to the increased participation in our programs, our athletics, and obviously our growth in the community, as you've heard from a lot of department heads. Enhancing our current facility, because our current facility, you know, things have been upgraded to the best of our abilities, but it's time now that we really put some of those larger upgrades into it to make it more functional and more accessible. And this new facility would be able to not only meet our current needs, but to be able to look into the future as far as those future needs. And by adding Phase 1 and Phase 2 to the Earl G. Inez Recreation Complex, we know the movement of those individuals that are using that property, they're going to be moving over to the community center as well. It's going to be one large complex that participants will be moving through. So the ability to be able to do that functionally and accessibly. The next portion is the multi-use pathways. This is something that you're going to hear across multiple department heads speaking about. It's the ability to provide safe routes, for accessible routes, for active transportation, for recreation, primarily for us, and then promoting healthy lifestyles, reducing the traffic congestion within the town of Surf City, enhancing that connectivity that we're talking about from the mainland to the island, within our park facilities, within our current facility locations, and just within the community as a whole. So when we're looking at all of these things, I thought it was important for us to look at the graph of the facility pass program. This is currently at the Surf City Community Center, and you can see from 2020 all the way to 2023 how we've had those continual increases in our numbers and why it's necessary for us to start looking into the future and expanding those facilities to be able to expand those services. This is something that we did speak about last year, that at this point in time, it's going to be so instrumental that we move forward with a master plan update. Not only because to be able to plan our future, but to make sure that the things that we currently have on our priority list fit within that as well. So I'm requesting $75,000. The purpose for a master plan is to be a roadmap for our department, to identify strategic goals, action plans, and performance metrics to be able to guide us. It's very essential for us to be able to address these items so that we can face emerging challenges, develop proactive strategies, and to mitigate risk and capitalize our opportunities. So when I look at this, I'm requesting that we would move forward in a 7 to 10 year plan. This would allow us to be more thorough, more comprehensive, and to approach our planning better. It would be sustainable and adaptable for those future changes. It would keep us stay on track with our vision for our community, as well as applying for grants. It's very beneficial because a lot of the grants that the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department goes out for, there is a point system, and that point system, we get points for having a master plan. And with ours expiring this year, it takes typically anywhere from 8 to 17 months for a master plan, depending how comprehensive you want it to be. And with us moving forward for next year, it would just be a short period of time that we would be inconsistent with our current master plan and an updated one. So I did want to show you a very minimal increase because you're going to hear me discuss some other avenues when we get into staffing later, and I wanted to be able to show that with some financial aspects. But I'm requesting a very minimal increase when it comes to our athletic expenditures. And the reason why we're asking for this is just for vendor product costs and officials. Over the last couple of years, you've heard me come in and ask for additional increases, particularly to this line due to the participation in our area. But as of right now, I do not feel like we can expend this line any further until we have additional staff. Because not only are we capped at our support staff, we're capped at our facilities. So this is where that number would live. I don't feel comfortable with expanding our services anymore until we have those additional facilities and additional support staff to be able to support it. So again, minimal increase. Now, you may look at me and say, well, you're asking for a minimal increase there. Why are you asking me for a major increase when it comes to camp expenses? This is something that we, as our department, we do not technically oversee when it comes to our full-time or part-time staffing. Typically, that's a contractor that comes in and does that. So it gives us the ability and the flexibility to be able to offer these additional services, but that's a contracted service. So we have had individuals from the public reach out to us and want to have additional basketball clinics, volleyball clinics. You can see from our numbers in athletics that those are the things that are going up. So if we have the ability to contract that and have somebody come in and teach that and it not impact our support services, then that seems like a win-win. And again, just reminding everyone, when we're looking at the athletic participation, just the increases for 2023, we're at 4,099 participants in our athletic programs. I don't have any slides for you today, but with talking to other directors that are close by, such as the Wilmington area, the city of Jacksonville area, when you look at the services that Surf City offers and you look at those areas, we're right in line with them, and we have a much smaller facilities and offerings than what those individuals have. All right, so recreation programs, 85% increase in participation in recreation programs since 2021 is what we've seen. So I came to you a few weeks ago when we discussed about budget increases when it came to summer camp. Our summer camp has recently opened online and so far has went very well with the participation levels. They are not capped out completely yet. Our Surf City Community Center location is. We are currently growing on our Surf City Elementary side. I think, again, with it being new, we're going to have to push it out some more to the public, but I still expect that to go very well. It may not cap out completely this year, but I do expect as we continue to grow that program in the future, it will. So I'm asking for an increase of $20,720 for recreation programs. Recreation programs expenses, it does so much more than summer camp. It is budgeted in there for our after-school program. We want to bring that back. We are working on that with our bus driver situation. But we have budgeted where we'll be able to bring that service back after speaking and getting all of our bus drivers and getting all that situated. The recreation programs that we currently offer, if we want to do some minimal expansion within recreation programs, but primarily this is with our after-school program and our expanded summer camp program is where those additional expenses come. And again, that number and the revenues that we are bringing in, those are matching where we're covering those costs with our staff and with the revenues from those camps and things like that. So I wanted to shine some light on some tourism and special event highlights. So when we talk about these particular aspects, we're focusing on some of our tourism returns. So we see that we have some positive trends listed up on the screen. So we have a 26% increase in the Welcome Center weekend rentals since 2021. We've seen a 63% increase in one of our particular special events, which is our Sip, Shop, and Stroll series that was started back in 2020, which really didn't start till 2021 that it took off. But that's a 63% increase. And these trends are positive. They're coming from vendor participation, which is indicating that we're having growth and interest and demand for these offerings. What we see with our tourism return is also with our marketing plan. So this was something that was put into perspective a few years ago about how are we marketing Surf City. So one of the focuses within this marketing plan is our digital marketing, which is that data-driven tourism efforts. How are we getting that information out? Are we able to actually pull that information back and be able to look at it and determine how that information's getting out, where it's going to, is it working? So we use this to target and engage with potential visitors across various online platforms such as social media, search engines, and other digital platforms. The digital marketing campaigns, so some of that is focusing on Surf City, you coming to Surf City to vacation, you coming to Surf City for a particular event, you coming to Surf City in the shoulder season, spring break, etc. We're able to use that data-driven tourism effort and able to use that actual dashboard representation to be able to look at those numbers on a daily basis. This also assists with our looking at our visitor behavior, our preferences, the trends, and enabling a more targeted and personalized tourism experience. So if we can see that people are clicking on things and it's interesting, we can see how we can make changes to other digital marketing aspects that we're putting out there. So one of the things that has been brought up with the creation of our Promotion, Special Events, and Tourism Advisory Committee, they've been very instrumental within our tourism efforts, is how can we focus on more aspects that give us that data-driven tourism effort. So the digital marketing, we are getting that return and that information from that, but what other services are out there that we can get something similar so we can really pinpoint these areas? So one of the things you're going to hear me talk about is a vendor platform. So I'm asking for an increase of $15,000 to be able to move forward in a vendor platform that consists of data collection and analysis that will provide valuable insights that can inform our decision-making processes, improve our resource allocation, and enhance the effectiveness of our marketing strategies with our community. Not only that, that will assist us in continuing to grow and build and update our marketing plan that we have in place. What we're learning is from the first step of putting that marketing plan to where we currently are with updating it is sometimes it's very hard to get a hold of the data that is necessary because we are relying on other organizations or other places to get some of that data. So it would be much more efficient for us as the town to be able to grasp that data on our own. And if there's a platform that can provide that to us, that would be the route that I would recommend us going. So when looking into this vendor platform, what it uses is geofencing of specific areas, so we can go in and geofence certain locations to see where visitors are coming from and to better understand their demographics and their behavior more effectively when it comes to putting out our digital media. So by providing details about a number of participants at our events, it's valuable for our event planning, our marketing, and understanding the reach and the impact of these events in our community. It will also assist us at looking at shoulder season and the efforts that we're trying to do and if they're actually being met. We'll be able to utilize it to look at our park usage, to see if that data of visitation that is gathered, if it can provide an insight to us, and see if the demands of our recreational areas are what we believe there to be, what our community is asking for if they match, and to assist us in planning for the future. And not only that, this platform can be used in so many different areas other than just Parks, Rec, and Tourism. It could be used throughout the town for other efforts that may be necessary and needed. So one of the other minimal expenses that I wanted to talk about today was the promotion special event expenses. This is very similar to what you're going to what you heard me say when it came to athletics. It's a very minimal increase because, again, we are not looking at adding any new things. We are looking at how we can elevate our current services and take them to the next level. Because unfortunately, right now, we are unable to move forward with additional special events because we need additional support staff to be able to do so. I think one of the things that I have noticed the most when it comes to our Parks, Rec, and Tourism department is that when community members come in and they talk about our programs and they talk about our events, they talk about the level of service that they receive and how they haven't received that service anywhere else, and they've tried other places. They went to Wilmington, they went to Jacksonville, but they drive out of their way to come to us. And how our Surf City residents, we've learned and we've heard in the last few years as we've made changes that, hey, we're Surf City residents, we love our programs, we want priority, we want to be able to get in because it's hard for us to get into these things. So we hear about the wants and the needs, and I want to make sure that whatever we are doing it well, and we don't lose that level of service that we're giving to our community members and our surrounding communities, that we're able to keep that high level. So again, just asking for a minimal increase to be able to do that by elevating our tree lighting event and then a kickoff to summer event. In the past, that was considered our Bridge Jam event. But just to be able to take it up a little bit of a notch, to kind of have that, So everything I have discussed, I feel like all three of these positions tie into them. So you've heard me talk about athletics, you've heard me talk about special events, you've heard me talk about park planning and all of the possible expansions for us when it comes to Parks, Rec, and Tourism. It would be very beneficial for us to seriously think about considering these positions as we move into the future. In order for us to truly expand in the future when it comes to our facilities or to our programs or to our events, we are going to have to expand in our athletics and our special events. As of right now, both of these positions that are supervisors have part-time staff underneath them. We are stretched to the capacity when it comes to trying to get a body on every field space. If we have all the fields being used that are currently up with the ball fields, up at the top of the hill, and we have athletics going on in the gymnasium, we barely have enough people to make it work. When we move forward in additional programming in the complex, I don't have another body to be able to put over there. And I believe there will be an expectation from the community for us to be able to continue to offer the level of services and possibly expand when it comes to athletics, because we see with the amount of participants that we have and the people that we have on the wait list. And I want to make sure that staff have the support that they need to be able to do that and to do their job well. So I think it is very, very, very important for us to think about this athletic coordinator and this special event coordinator. Again, focusing on the growth within these divisions over the last 3 to 4 years, it's time to take it to the next step and anticipating for the future for our continued growth in these areas. I have on here an assistant Parks, Recreation, and Tourism director. When looking at the organizational chart of our Parks, Recreation, and Tourism department, we currently have myself, and then we have 5 full-time people that are responsible for the rest of the divisions within the department. I'm pulled in a lot of different directions. And coming from the prior position I was in, I was pulled in a lot of directions. So when asking for these other positions, I see that side of things too. I've lived that side. So it's so important for them to get support, but I understand for myself to be a better leader to them, I have to have the support that's needed. So I am requesting that we seriously think about an assistant Parks, Recreation, and Tourism director to be able, for myself, to be able to do my primary job better, for my staff to get the support that they need to be able to do their job better. So I really want us to think about these things. And if you have any additional questions or concerns about that, please don't hesitate to reach out and I can pinpoint some of those additional things. But you will see that I have highlighted a few different areas that are listed up there as far as the reasoning behind these 3 positions. It talks about turnovers with athletic part-time positions, which we're always going to need part-time people, but it's just really hard to keep part-time people for longer than a few years. Typically, what we're seeing is we might keep them for a year and a half in a part-time role. You heard me talk about support staff, you heard me talk about long-term sustainability, and just the possibility for the current structure and the current staff that we have to feel like they have the support they need as well as the ability for growth. And by having additional positions, they'll be able to move up the ladder or at least decide if there's going to be a growth opportunity for them here or somewhere else in the future. And the last thing is there will be a few minimal fee increases that I'm recommending for our department. Some of those things are highlighted with our annual facility passes, shelter rentals, recreation programs. This year, one of the major changes to it was our resident and non-resident. That was something that we hadn't implemented before. This year, our athletics, there's minimal resident and non-resident increases. We did move to resident and non-residents for athletics about 2 years ago, and it went over fairly well with the community. Our camps and clinics, again, the main change is adding that resident and non-resident. Our welcome and event center rentals, there's minimal increases to that. Typically, every year to 2 years, you'll see those increases. We do our cost analysis, so we're looking at market research from other organizations, whether they be private or they be similar in the parks and recreation structure, and looking at those when making decisions to go up in price, as well as are we covering the necessary costs that we need to in order to have those programs or those services. Our wellness programs moving to resident, non-resident, special events. There's only 3 things that we've made some changes, and through our special events committee, they were very instrumental in assisting with this process. Our late application fee. So essentially it's an administrative fee. That's something that other departments have had for many, many years, but that's something that we haven't implemented within our special events permitting aspect, which I think will be very instrumental because it's holding people to the timelines that they need to be able to put those applications in, because there is a lot of work that doesn't only happen on the special event side with that individual, but also within all the town facilities, because just like you heard from multiple department heads, there's a lot of the departments that are part of that special event meeting. So essentially, it's not wasting anybody's time. It's covering the cost of those things and making sure that people who are putting in these applications are thinking through that process. Our souvenirs, so moving forward with any additional things, Bridge Jam, Surf City Live, there has been an interest with our PSEC committee as well as town administration for us to be able to offer some Surf City logoed items. We want to make sure that we have all of that in there. And then barricades. We have seen a major increase in the barricade rentals from external special events, and really adjusting those costs to reflect covering the cost of those items if they're damaged and they need to be replaced. So again, very minimal, nothing major on there, but just every so many years you'll see a large amount of fees and those changes being implemented with cost covering. Anybody have any questions?
Very nice, Jody.
Very good, thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
Jody, we hope we can get all 10 of your people.
Yeah.
fees. We're gonna go ahead and let's skip to utilities if we can. David Price, our Utilities Director. Oh, yeah, well, we'll just give it 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
back.
We're back.
Think so?
Yep.
Mr. Price, I believe you can take it from here. I appreciate it.
I'll take it on. Oh, there we go. I do appreciate it. I'll be short because, like I said, seems like I speak about utilities on every meeting. So I don't see the need in rehashing everything that you've probably heard 2 weeks ago and 2 weeks before then. I will speak with your permission to some of the other departments. We have a symbiotic relationship, and like ComDev said, that they are using one of our sewer trucks right now. That is still an active truck, and we will be taking that back when the stormwater division sets up. So, at least temporarily, and I'll go into details with that, but also, as many of y'all might have heard, is we are losing a important part of the department with Allie. We are trying to get replacement as fast as we can, but if that does not work out, we will have to tap Lydia into that position because she is the most recent one that has done it. So I'm just being honest. Sometimes with getting the individual departments one by one like you are, you don't see how we all interconnect. So I just want to put that out there because once again, the PowerPoint, I kind of go into a robot mode. So I just want to put that out there first. Appreciate it.
Kyle,
Yes, ma'am.
does David have a folder in here like everyone else?
Yeah, just keep going, cruise past the maintenance and repair, and it should be your third to last tab.
I got water fund and sewer fund.
Yep.
Water, yeah.
Water?
30, it should be 30, 31, and
Utilities.
32.
They're looking for that title. That title's not on.
Oh, yeah, it's broken up by the fund, 30, 31.
The next slide will help.
First one is sewer fund? Is that the first one?
Water. Should be water.
Fund 30 is what you're looking for. Keep going.
130.
130, okay.
It's fund, not fund.
Fun.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Just to make it easier, this is a breakdown of what the utility currently makes up. It's a little big piece of Fund 10 because we maintain a public works building itself. But it's just a very small part of Fund 10, just to keep the lights on, more or less. Fund 30, which is made up of 3 divisions, that's your water side, water administration, water treatment, and water distribution. Fund 31, which is your sewer side, wastewater administration, wastewater collections, and wastewater treatment. And Fund 32 is what we're proposing for next year's budget, which is our stormwater division. Some of the big projects we got going on, this isn't unfamiliar to you, but Well 6, Subaqueous Crossing North Shore Pipeline, that speaks that symbiotic relationship with other departments with the North Shore Pipeline that will connect a multi-use path from Roland all the way near the surf condos. That's paid for through a SIDRA funding. The digester project, which we attempted to bid out yesterday, didn't work out in our favor, but it's being paid through ARPA funds. EQ Basin is being paid through federal appropriations. Surface Phase 1 is paid for through our system development fees, which is the money that is savings that developers pay in, and ARPA funds. And I can slow down and go into detail, but I know most of you are familiar with this. House Bill 571 is also paid for through ARPA, and the wastewater treatment plant doubling, that is still an early concept. That RFQ is out for that right now, so we are still determining that. The utility rates. The water department is not recommending an increase in the water rate this year at all. The sewer rate, we are asking for a $10 increase on the base rate and a 12% increase on the tiers. The way that works is everybody pays a rate for the first 2,000 gallons every month. So they go up $10. But the 12% increase on the tiers, the intent behind that is to shift most of the costs needed to those who are using most of the system. So if you're a single family home, a retired couple, whatever, you only use a minimum, you get a very minimal increase. But if you're a car wash, for example, or someone that's a really, really heavy user that's really taxing the system, most of that cost gets paid by the person using the most of the system. That is the purpose of the low monthly increase, but the higher tiered rate system. One of the reasons for the increase and why it's needed is one is the inflation. Since 2020, in our local region, we have seen a 24% inflation. That has hit us hard. It's hit everybody hard. As you see, as I go back to the previous slide, if you'll see the different funds. Funds 30 and Fund 31, that's a new creation. 2 years ago, it was all Fund 30. The water and sewer funds were combined. That is no longer allowed. Each fund has to be self-supporting. The result of that is when it was Fund 30, you kind of moved the money where it was needed. But now it has to be self-supporting. You have to have enough money separately that if sewer goes bad for whatever reason, you can't borrow from water. It is two separate businesses. They do not touch each other. So that also causes the increase because you need to be able to account for major cost in the sewer. All of a sudden, you need to have that. You can't count on that water surplus. Also, the drastic increase in capital projects. Since 2020, projects have gone up insanely. It is uncommon for a project to be bid out 2 or 3 times because either nobody wants to bid on it because it's so expensive, or municipalities have to go back to the drawing board to figure out how they're going to pay for it. The stormwater fee, this will be covered, we'll go more into detail with the stormwater fee later, or what that's going to do. But the way this is recommended is for a single family house, it'll get charged 1 ERU, which equates to the median impervious surface area of a house, or a property, excuse me, which is 2,556 square feet. That's the median. Some people are much larger and smaller, but that's the median. So every single family house and duplex would just get charged at 1, which equates to $6 a month. Now, when it comes to commercial multifamily units, it's a little bit more complicated because, take for example, if you have a box store or a big apartment complex, they're pretty much huge parking lots. They do not have a whole lot of pervious area, so we need to account for that. The way we did that is you take that median impervious area of the town, and you divide their property by that, and that creates a certain number of ERUs. And then you split that total cost among the number of tenants, or I'm not gonna say property owners. I guess tenants is the best word. So for example, a commercial property with 10,000 square feet of impervious area will pay 4 ERUs. You take the 10,000 divided by 2,556, you round up. So they'd be paying $24 a month. If there's 3 account holders, say there's 3 tenants in that space, each tenant will pay $8 a month. Now, all these are pretty complicated. I'm kind of burning through it a little bit here because we've been through this a lot already, but the public does want to come out and talk about this. We are having 8 different meetings, 2 per day, over the next 4 weeks. That way I could take the time and answer individual questions and really explain this and go into depth. The first one is this coming Monday. It'll be right here in this room at Town Hall. First one's at 5:30. I'll give a short presentation and listen to the public and see if I could address their concerns. Then we're going to roll right into another one because I know a lot of people get off work at 5. They're not going to be able to make a 5:30 meeting. So we're going to have another one at 6:30. Same thing on a week later. On Tuesday, the following week, we're going to do it in the morning in case people work at night. Then we're going to repeat the process again on the Wednesday following, but do that at night. And again, the Thursday following, but in the morning. That way, we give everybody opportunity.
I just wanted to confirm something. If you'll go back to that, you didn't mean to have 5:30 a.m. on there, is that correct? That's 5:30 p.m.?
Yes, I apologize.
Just wanted to make sure in case somebody saw that.
Yeah, we have advertisements that are correct. I apologize about that. Okay, some of the increases, we'll start with Fund 30, the water. Admin contracted services, it went up, and like I said, this also speaks to departments working together. The legislative priorities, that is very important. That's how we got a lot of our issues heard up at the Capitol. The new standard specifications, this is a joint action that Amy already spoke to, of coming up with a standard specification for the whole town. Water, sewer, stormwater, streets, everything. We're all chipping in for this one. And also the design of the utilities complex. The Public Works Center, which I mentioned before, has been there for more than 20 years. I can't give you the exact date off the top of my head. But back then, there was 8 of us. It was designed for maybe 10. Utilities department alone is, it will be 19 after the stormwater division. And Fields and Grounds also uses that facility. So the plan, the intention is to go ahead and split utilities off from Public Works and have our own complex that is public facing. Right now, it's just a design that we're funding, and the RFQ is out on that. Contracted services and professional services. You'll see this a lot. It might be a minor increase, but not as dramatic as you might see. We did a reclassification. Traditionally, what we did is contracted services were the more the blue collar manual type of help that we got. And professional services were engineers and surveyors. After reading the definitions and the way these were intended, we've changed this. Contracted services are stuff that we have an annual contract for, and professional services is everything else. So it might look like one jacked way up and one jacked way down. We just moved money to where they are properly defined. Supplies and chemicals, this is an increase due to the larger population, but also we are feeding one of our neighbors, and we are entertaining the possibility of feeding some more. This is a benefit to us, it's a benefit to them, but it does cost money to treat that water. Capital outlay equipment, this increased to purchase a new truck for the water treatment plant. The current truck is a 2005 Dodge. It has some mechanical issues, and it's close to 20 years old. We make our trucks last, but this one's done. So that truck is not going away. That will also help limp along the stormwater division until they get their own trucks. Capital outlay vehicles. Anytime you see an asterisk spot, I got to explain the asterisk. That means it may or may not happen, and I clarify. We ordered a truck in fiscal year 22-23, 2 budget years ago now. We have not received that truck yet. Granted, it's not a normal truck. It is a crane truck. Originally, they said it was because of 2020, what happened with the supply chains. And then it was a chip shortage. They're saying that we are going to get it this year. But if we don't, instead of coming back to you and saying, I messed up, please give me some more money, I'm going to budget for it now. And if we don't use it, it'll drop in the savings. Because Ms. Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, just to clarify on that, if I cut a PO out of this budget year, it's only good for this budget year. If we take delivery of that truck in September, I have to come ask for more money from you guys. So this kind of saves that. Capital outlay equipment, this increase is to cover a cost associated with well 6, not covered in the SADRA. To give clarification on that is whenever you take grant funding, there's all kinds of strings attached. American Steel, there's some other ones too, I can't think of it. But a lot of times we run into a last minute change that wasn't authorized by a funding agency, that wasn't thought of. So instead of delaying a project for 6 months while we get approvals, and we say, okay, here's money set aside, let's get us through so the project can keep moving. That is what that's for. It should have had an asterisk by it because it might not be used, but we budget money for that even though it's funded to cover things like that. Line item decreases. Bank fees have went down about $15,000 a year. I cannot take credit for this. This is wholly due to the financial department. They have encouraged other methods of paying their bills or customers paying their bills. So, for example, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, credit card, somebody comes in and wants to pay with a credit card, we pay a premium to use those credit card machines. But if that person pays through the phone, through the automated system, or sends a check in, we pay less. And those other methods have been strongly encouraged by the finance department and has saved the town $15,000 so far this year. Telephone and postage has went down. This decrease is due to the SCADA system. Used to be, before we got this project complete this year, this year, every lift station in town would have to have a phone line to the tune of $40 to $50 a month. With the SCADA being implemented, not only do we have better technology, but that phone bill went away. That has saved us $21,000 a year. So please stop me if you got questions. Dues and subscriptions. This really should have been on the water too, but it covers both. We pay for the privilege to run a water and sewer system in North Carolina. We have permitting fees for water, sewer, collections, distribution. Every system we have, we pay a fee to the town for that privilege. With the latest budget, the state authorized DEQ to double the fees. So the result, we're paying double in dues and subscriptions. Many of the pier lift stations seen an increase. This covers the 52 pump stations that we have that need modification, and because repairs, because they're old, some of them are from 1988, so they do have some age on them. But also, as our peaks get higher, and that's something that you probably heard a lot from our departments, is our peaks are getting higher each summer and they're lasting longer. We have to figure out a way to move more water through the same pipes. Where we do that by modifying our lift stations. Maintenance repair treatment plant. This increase is to cover any additions for the digester project not covered by ARPA. That's the same thing as the Well 6 project. Capital outlay of buildings. This increase is to put a new roof and paint job on the operation building. This is a very important building. This is what controls that wastewater plant. It is taking damage. We haven't got any leaks yet, but it's coming. So we're getting ahead of it. Capital outlay wastewater treatment plant for the, I was hoping to give you a better answer on this, but the bid out didn't work well yesterday. Increase to install a new generator, pump control room, sandblast, all the piping out there has got a special paint on it that protects it. It's whether it is chipping, it needs to be replaced, the painting on the piping out there. Now, we do have this as part of the digester project, but we have it as what's called an add deduct. So we already know what it's going to cost us if we pay for it out of pocket. But if we grouped it with this other project, since it could be an area working anyways, it would be cheaper. So we're doing it both ways. If they're cheaper, we won't use the operation budget. But if they're more expensive, we'll pay for ourselves and deduct it out of their contract. That's why it has an asterisk spot, excuse me. Stormwater fund, like I said, cover that a little bit. There's a new enterprise fund that we're going to speak about in these meetings here coming up. Here's some of the highlights of the new division. Is 2 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. $80,000 a year in maintenance for the existing system. $75,000 in additional funds are dedicated to constructing new systems in areas that need relief. This also purchases 2 trucks and a mini excavator. Now those 2 trucks, we're not going to go down to a dealership and pick them up and have them the same day. If we order them July 1, we might get them by the end of the fiscal year if they're in stock, or it's just part of state contract. There is a lead time. In the meantime, we're going to have to take our truck back from Amy and our truck back from the water treatment plant, if we have the other one at a time, to fund this department. Some of the responsibilities. We're going to implement a new standard specification, which I spoke about earlier, to a new stormwater system. This will govern how stormwater is built, not only in regards to the new projects we're being built, but as new subdivisions come in, we're going to hold them to a higher standard. We're going to go above DEQ standard like we have done with everything else and make sure that something's going to work and get built that's going to last. Street sweeping will now fall under this because this is a storm this affects the storm drainage system. Ditch maintenance, that's the first thing they're going to do when they get here. We do have some ditches that need to be cleaned and need to be cleaned regularly. That's the first thing they're getting on as soon as they're hired. Construction of new stormwater systems, I mentioned that. And not only that, but as stormwater concerns pop up, the public will have a direct line to somebody who deals with that and deals with that only. Yeah. I hope that was quick enough.
Amazing.
Good?
I don't know if I can count on you.
Huh?
I know I can count on you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a couple of other funds that we can go over just real briefly. Going back to street maintenance and repair, public works building. So you have street maintenance and repair, 290,000. Public works building, as Price was saying, very minor amount of 16,500. That covers like the utilities, et cetera. And then sanitation, those expenses have gone up, but our revenue has also gone up, adding new customers with it. The accommodations tax fund, which is Fund 21. And sorry, I'm sorry. You just got to go back to where we had left off after Jody.
That's one.
Oh, got it.
It's where I lost y'all the first time.
121.
Okay, there's a big part of it. There's transfer.
We'll have to transfer.
Got it.
All right, good.
All right, you good? Okay, so accommodations tax budget, again, is Fund 21 that from short-term rentals, essentially. So we have, last year we did a pretty big shift in general fund expenditures that really were expenditures that were tied towards tourism or tied towards the beach. So you have items in here, tourism department, tourism recreation, supplementing some of the programs, tourism facilities and grounds like the Welcome Center, tourism police, which is your bike patrol, tourism fire, which is your ocean rescue program. So some of the things that like Chief Wilson had talked about, adding another ocean rescue crew, that's where that increase comes in. Tourism streets and sidewalks. So we fund street maintenance out of our general fund and through Powell Bill, which is NCDOT or state appropriations based on road miles of town-owned streets. But we also dedicate a substantial amount of funding from that Fund 21. So we will continue with those projects. As Chris had mentioned, we're getting ready to put in additional 1,800 linear feet of sidewalk. And that, if the cost of that is really coming in true, we'll be able to do a substantial more amount of that this year. So that is somewhere that I'll continue to look at within that. The $1,000 for non-departmental was just a number that had to be put in. I'll mention right now, just because it's a good point to mention, but we are looking at a cost of living adjustment, which we tend to try to base that on our consumer price index. So we use the last consumer price index report that just came out March 12th. That's at 3.2%. So we're proposing 3.2% cost of living adjustment. We had initially proposed at 3.1 because that's what the number was the month prior. So the $1,000 just covers under Fund 21. Also, too, within our personnel costs is budgeting for a 2.5% merit increase. Again, that's something that we use a formula based on goals of all employees meeting those goals and a percentage of earning up to that 2.5%. So that is the accommodations tax and budget. those being presented. Let's see, what else did we skip over? You want to talk about transfers?
No, you just asked what was,
Yeah, transfers are essentially revenues that we collect and then move to other areas. So, for example, you collect 10 cents of your ad valorem tax, and then we transfer it over into beach nourishment. So it's gonna document those inter-account, I guess, transfers that we use. It's just something that has to be budgeted for. So, and you can see the increase that goes from 3.4 to 3.8, and that's going to be based on the value of the penny on the tax rate. So when we get values from Pender County and Onslow County on assessed values throughout, that's where the growth has come in, which was at about, in Pender County, about 4.5%. Onslow County, I don't know the percentage, we didn't calculate that, but it's not a huge amount of growth that we're going to document. In Onslow County, it was $42,000 increase from last year in revenues. So you can see revenues are not exploding like they have the last couple of years, which makes this even more difficult, especially listening to all the needs of staff and department heads. And applying that to our current revenue, we're looking at about a $2 million gap in this current budget that we're going to have to work to get down, and that's my job to bring those recommendations back to you. So, so I think that's kind of the bulk majority of it in regards to just the high-level overview of what is being presented. We will follow up in April at that work session, and we will be covering items such as the capital improvement plan. We will cover hopefully a proposed balanced budget, and then we'll talk a little bit here about strategic plan and how everything is going to tie back in. So really what I look to y'all is, you've received all this information. You have a tremendous amount of resources. We will make sure that this PowerPoint is available to you within your budget folder, your council folder on your computer. And please continue to review. And if you have questions, please let us know. We understand this is a ton of information for y'all, to be able to process. But we'll get there. I mean, it's something that we have to do, and I think they have all done a great job. They continue to do a great job, and I rely very heavily on them to really sort of represent what is necessary to sustain our current things, and then also make enhancements. But with all the growth, it does make it challenging for us. So that being said, I will entertain any questions just on the general overview of budget preparation and presentation.
I think you wore us out, Kyle.
Okay, well, they did.
That was your goal, probably.
Yeah, it was. It absolutely was.
All right, we're going to get back on the agenda then?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, item number 2. The finance audit contract with Melissa.
Good afternoon, council, mayor, town manager. On our March 6th meeting, you approved or awarded our bid to Thompson, Price, Scott, Adams and Company to perform our upcoming audit for this fiscal year. We have drawn up the contract between the two parties, and this is just requesting your approval of the contract. This is the contract approved by the LGC for us to use between the auditor and us. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Just looking for a consensus?
I'm looking for approval today so we can go ahead and get them here. It's a new audit firm, so the quicker the better, because they'll have a lot of questions.
And I'd say that some of those provisions are actually required by the LGC to be included, so, I mean, you would agree with that, right?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those, motion carries.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever she
Motion
said.
carries. Number 3, the finance sole source form by Melissa.
Okay, so we have a purchasing policy that requires us to bid contracts out at a certain dollar amount, but the uniform guidance from the federal government allows you as a council to approve a sole source where we don't have to go through the bid process if we so choose in certain situations. So on the form I have listed those 9 situations. A lot of times, like with David Price's SCADA system, I believe is what he calls it. SCADA system. That would be continued proprietary information. So we, to use that system, he would need to continue to use that vendor. So it would eliminate him having to bid that and us go to a whole new system. So in that instance, it's better off for us to continue operations with the same vendor, and you wouldn't want to bid it out. You guys don't have a process in place where as a council, you have to approve it. So we've come up with this form that David or whomever would fill out to request to come to you as a council and get approval for sole source to eliminate the bid process. So today, we're just asking for approval of the form, and each individual department head who wanted to go sole source would have to come before you, and you would have to approve that process. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions? Do you just, consensus?
Well, David needs to get it in the works, so if you'll approve the
Right.
form today, it will be great.
I'll make a motion to accept it.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it.
And that'll just be folded into the purchasing policy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And he will come to you with some requests in the very near future.
Right. Thank you, Melissa. You did a very good job, you and your team and all the department heads of putting the report together for us today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Item number 5, legislative priorities.
All right, if, I've got these pulled up, so we can take a look at them. These are legislative priorities were discussed at our retreat, and essentially what I'm bringing back to you is the list of those priorities, and then asking council to consider a priority within the priority of our top 2 or 3 that we want our state assistance to work on to try to get accomplished for the upcoming year. So what I have on here, again, seeking input from council on this, but number 1, funding of the Surf City East Coast Greenway multi-use path, the Station 25 expansion, community center expansion, and public utilities facility. So here we'd be looking for state appropriations to go towards these projects. The second item is the NCDEQ rulemaking, House Bill 571, seeking direct assistance and focused assistance to get House Bill 571 rules created so that we can apply for that effluent disposal. We've been waiting for 5 months plus now on that. And then the last thing on here was the CDL issue that we continue to be faced with. So some avenue to streamline the ability for local government employees to be able to obtain their commercial driver's license for town purposes. The remaining of the items here, I have a couple that are asterisks. State beach nourishment funding, continue to protect the funds set aside for local sponsor matches for the federal CSRM project. The Beach Vitex issue, consider dedicated and recurring funding for Beach Vitex. Oyster lease compatibility, or the siting of new oyster leases. And those are asterisks because they have been picked up as also legislative priorities under TISPC. So I didn't feel like we needed to duplicate those efforts. However, they'll still remain on our list, and this list of legislative priorities should always be referred to in any discussion with our legislators or anybody that has any influence in making those changes. The other items, resilience projects, we continue to see some funding at the state level for these. The no wake zone support, we see this moving through the process, so again, we'll just keep an eye on it. Creek clean out, that issue has been highlighted through the state's now flood resiliency blueprint, but it's still another issue that we need to keep an eye out for our local creeks, and something perhaps that once our stormwater crew gets up and running, we can start taking a look at on a more holistic approach. Living shorelines, again, we've always felt like a study to identify the areas of high erosion would help us pinpoint where we should go after living shorelines. We have issues here locally and I think across the state of the Delta 8 issue, support and passage of House Bill 563, which would be to regulate the sale and distribution of that Delta 8. We've, again, Surf City has these concerns, and in sharing this with our lobbyist, there's a lot of other support on the state level. So I'm looking at the chief, not that I've dropped this down to the list, but we know that we have partners to advocate for this issue. And then, of course, distracted driving. I think this is a challenging one, but again, another one that warrants on our list for state priorities for legislative concerns. So that's sort of the thought process behind our state legislative priorities. If anybody has any comments or suggestions, if you feel like something should be put up into that top 2 or 3, happy to have that discussion and make some adjustments. But if not, then we're going to set up a initial conversation with our representative and our senator before they go into session so we can discuss these items, and then we will stay on top of them through short session and then long session as that kicks back up. Any questions on these? Okay, moving on, our federal list is a little less lengthy, and one of these I'll give a report on or an update, as we had just got one last week. But the first one is support reauthorization of the Water Resources Development Act. This has again no impact on the initial construction of our federal CSRM project. However, for future renourishments as part of the CSRM, we need to see those in those what they call WRDA bills, which are generally a bipartisan bill that is able to move through committee and through Congress, but we just want to make sure that we are showing our support of that. The next item is the Flood Control and Coastal Emergencies Authority. This is a dedicated fund that the Corps uses for renourishment after a named storm. So we need to make sure that we keep an eye on that and make sure that the federal government continues to fund that. Support of House Resolution 4368. We had put in for a community project through Congressman Rouser's office. I believe 4.7 million was that request for appropriation. We did get word from the Congressman's office last Friday that it was funded. However, it was funded at 1.75 million. So we are getting money, and almost $2 million worth of money coming back to Surf City, but it's not at the full $4.7 million amount. So this one I will remove because that has been resolved. And then the two other items that are more on the periphery was offshore winds. What impacts does that have on commercial fishing? I think we need to keep an eye on that. And then, of course, as the federal level, and then it'll eventually come to the state level, is how are the states using the offshore wind proceeds? And we want to make sure that offshore wind proceeds by lease and revenue generated from the federal government going back to the states are going back to coastal areas to be able to benefit from that if they're going to be putting offshore wind off of our coast. So those are our federal priorities. If anybody has any additional ideas or considerations, please let me know. The mayor and I will be going back to DC mid-April as part of our TISPC delegate, and we'll have an opportunity to really talk about some of these federal priorities as well as TISPC's federal priorities. So I don't need a formal vote on this, but if I can just have a general consensus from council, these will be our priorities. We will package them up in a visually attractive way, and I want you all to have access to that. And I mean, these are things that, even if it's in a little card, if you keep in your wallet or your purse, and you are at some event and you have the ability to take this out when you're talking to a legislator, instead of talking about ACC basketball, let's talk about these things. So, anywho, I just want to arm you all with those conversation starters. And
So you're looking at printing something or
yeah,
something digital
yeah.
too?
And,
Could we?
oh yeah, we'll have it digital as well. But generally, when we go up to DC, something like a rack card,
Yep.
thick paper, it's less inclined for them to just throw it away, and something they can put in their jacket pocket. So anyway, all right.
Beach nourishment discussion?
Yeah, let's cover that. Oh. All right, this is a follow-up to some conversations that we've had, that I've had with some of y'all individually, but not as a group, and want to be able to go over this. So, as you know, our current status is that the Army Corps presented to the town February 19th of this year. They provided an update on the project schedule with a revised potential start date of December 2025. Prior to that, we were tracking for like a December of 24 start date, so essentially it means a year-long delay. We were actually in retreat when I got the text messages and images of what the erosion from just the tidal event had caused here in Surf City. But it's resulted in some pretty severe vulnerability of our dune structure, as well as some unsafe access to the beach. So I've put together a proposal of immediate, intermediate, and long-term solutions, and looking for consensus on these solutions and moving forward. So we will highlight some little drone work here that you can see. This is between the essentially 1,000 and 1,100 block of South Shore. This is the erosion that we had seen from February 7th and 8th, which is pretty severe, and something that I think we need to probably look at. We had initially talked about doing a beach bulldozing project, but ultimately, the act of beach bulldozing is not beneficial. It is a very, very short-term benefit, and can be detrimental long-term. So what I've done is try to talk to our coastal engineer, TI Coastal, and Chris Gibson, for the consideration of emergency repairs to that section of the beach. And what that looks like consists of a truck haul project to add approximately 5,500 cubic yards to the beach. The cost breakdown of that is about $48 per cubic yard, and that most of that cost is transportation. So you're trucking that sand all the way from 421. 5 days of surveying for a total cost of $280,000. I do recommend that we pursue this project. It will be done by the end of April, which is the very end of the sea turtle window. So I'm looking for council's sort of thumbs up for us to be able to move forward with this in an emergency situation.
I say we move forward.
I'll second it. or whatever we're doing. Agree with it?
Yeah, you're fine. As a consensus is okay. I'll just go through real quick. This is the project design, and we already have this teed up to be able to put on the website. I already have a letter that's already drafted to go to property owners, but you can see that the blue line is the existing escarpment line. The red line is where the new sand would be placed. So we're not talking about adding a new recreational beach by any means, unfortunately. Here's a little bit of a more detailed view. These numbers that you see are in elevation. So you have a pretty tall dune out there at about 15 feet, but then just the severe drop off is very concerning for us.
It's kind of like putting the berm back, so we're.
It is, yes. So the next image that you see here is just these are each one of, let me get back up one thing. Each one of these vertical lines here are cross sections, and they are monitoring stations. So you can see 5+00 or 5+50. That correlates directly to the profile of the dune. So you can see, the monitoring station 0+50 or 0+00. The blue line is what that current berm or dune profile looks like. The black line is what the sand would bring it to. So you can go through each one of those monitoring stations and see specifically in that linear footage along that beach of what that fill would look like. And that covers the entire stretch of that. So a lot of these very severe in looking, so it's pretty serious thing that we're looking at, and unfortunately this isn't going to cover the entire beach.
Average is like 9 feet, basically, right?
Sir?
Average is like 9 feet, 6 feet to 9 feet height.
Generally, yeah.
So, did you say it's 5 day, how many days were you talking about?
Yeah,
5-day
survey, it'll
project?
be about 5 days that they'll bring
And
trucking
they're
in.
gonna access down near the pier?
Yeah, they'll probably come in at Kinston Avenue and drive down the beach. And then the trucks will drop it, and they'll bulldoze, will push up, and they'll already have the stakes set, so they'll know where to push to. And we saw a little bit of that at Wrightsville Beach, where you see the survey tape on that line, so they know where they're bulldozing. So it'll be a quick job. I mean, this is, unfortunately, I hate to spend this kind of money on this project, but I think the result is,
There's a safety issue.
Absolutely.
So you just need a consensus
Just a
today?
consensus.
And then it will go on the consent agenda to vote to move forward, or?
That just depends on what Melissa wants to do with the money. I kind of looked at this as an emergency expenditure for us, because we didn't really have the opportunity to do a major bid out of a project for us.
I need to do a budget amendment.
We'll just do for the Beach Nourishment Fund, which the money is there to do this, so.
And so we're gonna try to hold off to, as long as we can, try to get through any type of March nor Easters.
Yes.
And hopefully start around the 1st of April and be done by the end of April.
The strategy behind it that you're alluding to, Mayor, is that we want to hold off on the project as long as we can up until that April 30th date, but not jeopardizing our time frame because we cannot work May 1.
If we have any type of northeaster between now and then, we would just add to what we already have presented.
Potentially, yes, yeah.
Hopefully we won't.
Yes, we won't. So.
We're just not.
When we were at Wrightsville last, was that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
I just heard on the news last night that project is complete.
Completed, yes.
Compared to what we saw.
Yes.
In those 2 weeks.
Yes.
They moved a heck of a lot of sand in 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Very, very impressive project.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Still appreciative of the Corps for inviting us out there to take a look at that. Okay, so the next project I want to talk to you about, or potential solution, is this intermediate solution. So prior to notification of the Army Corps Coastal Storm Risk Management Project, which had been authorized, but the town had not known that there was funding for it, The town had sought an independently funded beach nourishment project, which I always just called the private project. A CAMA permit was issued for the project, which means that design was completed and all resource agencies had given approval of that. This calculated an estimated 600,000 cubic yards of dredge material to be piped from Banks Channel behind the island. So we'd be pulling from Banks Channel and piping that across the island and back onto the beach. The town did not pursue this project due to the nature and breadth of nourishment provided by the CSRM project, as well as overall town finances. Additional time frame on the CSRM project may provide an opportunity to revisit this project as an intermediate project. Funding source would be derived from the Beach Nourishment Fund with cost sharing from the North Carolina Shallow Draft Inlet Fund. This fund allows for a 75-25 cost share and is administered as a grant, which is not guaranteed, and the town would have to apply for those funds. The costs remain uncertain at this time. However, it would be recognized that a set amount should be considered as it pertains to funds available in the Beach Nourishment Fund at timing of the CSRM project start. Projections would indicate that by fiscal year 26, the Beach Nourishment Fund would contain approximately $35 million. If the town pursued the immediate project and accounts for typical annual expenses, such as the annual monitoring reports, we looked at the $280,000 for this little truck haul project. We may be in the position to execute an intermediate project. That could potentially start in the fall and would cover essentially from the Topsail Beach town line up to the pier. So the southern half of town. And then in speaking with the coastal engineer, what we would do is try to stockpile as much sand as we could, get out of that channel at the pier and truck that north. I don't know the exact volumes. I don't know exactly where that would go, and which is why I'm here before y'all to seek general consensus. Do we want to continue to pursue this as a potential option? And I caveat this consensus would be that Surf City's portion of the project would not exceed $4 million, equating to a total of a $12 million project. Through those projections, I'm seeking updated cost estimates from the Corps. That's out right now to get those cost estimates, but they feel like about $170 million. That number could go up based on inflation, which at 17.5%, and I apologize for just throwing out numbers, but at 17.5% would be about 29.75 million for our share of the core project when we get there at FY26.
This is north of the pier?
Core project.
This would cover dredged material pier south to the Topsail Beach town line, and then the material, because you can't pipe that far up, and any additional material that they're able to grab out of that channel could be stockpiled at the pier and then trucked north. But what those templates look like north or south, I don't have those, and once I do get them, I'll share them with you. But what I wanted to just get general direction from this board is, do you even want to pursue a potential intermediate project?
I want to pursue a potential intermediate project.
Okay.
Do we think that by doing this, there's also the chance that our projected cost for the Army Corps project could go down some, since we're putting some sand on the beach in between, or at least cover the difference and maybe inflated costs by the
Sure.
time we actually get the Army Corps project started?
So as a variable there, yes. Negligible, yes. So, would there be a little bit of adjustment? Perhaps, because we'll do, they're constantly using updated surveys to project their cost and design that template. So if the template today is different than what it will be before they bid this project, then yeah, we could see a volume reduction, but at the scope of the federal project, the cost of the sand is not the big cost. It's mostly the, labor, mobilization, all those other things. So, to answer your question, could there be $1 million there? Potentially, yeah. I just don't know, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of my feet without talking to this board as a whole to get general direction to say, yeah, we want to pursue it. And also, too, we may be able to even afford this, which would be great, but we may not get the money through the Shallow Draft Inlet Fund. That grant might not come through, but, with consensus with this board, it would be our intention to be able to communicate to the public that this is a potential option. It does not mean there is any guarantees, but it is something that
No
we.
grant, no option, right?
Oh, no, we can't afford it without a grant.
So you're just investigating this.
Investigating only, yes.
I would say, go ahead and check it out.
Really have to, yeah.
Okay, well, that would be consistent with the recommendations, with the conditions noted. And then the potential solution, I hate to say it's a no-brainer, but remain steadfast with the Army Corps project, which is absolutely recommended. And, again, questions were asked about potential sort of interruptions with the Corps project if we did this intermediate project. And I've asked those questions. I'm waiting for some official response back from the Corps. But we don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize our position with the Corps and our.
I recommend you take a 6-month leave of absence and move in down there with them at their offices.
and
Move in with them and just stay down there.
Yeah, it's just in Wilmington. It's
Yeah, that's what
fine.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe can. all right.
Sabbatical, yeah.
As an option, I think it's a good idea just to keep it on the side there.
Sure. Well, we would hope that things can progress rather quickly, but I cannot apply for that fund until I have some design work done.
You got a consensus, it sounds like?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right.
And board. So I had grand thoughts of going through strategic plan stuff. I don't think that that's overly beneficial for us at this point, just because of kind of where we're at 2:30 on a Friday afternoon. But just to give you a quick update, once again, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for your focus and attention during our retreat. I know that was a painful process, but boy, was that beneficial, and we were able to gather all that information. I was able to take that to department heads, talk about sort of council's input, some of the baseline input in that strategic plan, and then they have done their job as always and provided their inputs to go into this. So I was just going to kind of go over some of those inputs with y'all, but the next step is for me to present this back in April and then potential adoption in May. So we're still on track, and we still look forward to all that. So that's what I had for strategic plan.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, I want to make a motion, we go into closed session pursuant NCGS 143-318.11A6.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor to go into closed session, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, same sign. We are now in closed session.
All right, we're going to come back into session here. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to go back into session. Yes.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, same sign. We are back in open session. There was action taken during closed session to adjust the compensation of the town clerk and the town manager. Any other statement needs to be stated?
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify that the matter that, we went into closed session to discuss specific personnel. The action, any action you want to take is taken here now.
Okay.
So is there a motion regarding the town clerk's compensation?
Yeah, so what does the motion need to be, Mr. Attorney? I apologize. I just want to make sure I'm giving the proper motion. We accept the compensation that we accept the compensation?
Well, it's my understanding there's going to be a change in the compensation.
Yes.
Then that needs to be a motion to X with respect to the town clerk.
The amount? Do we do the amount? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, so I make a motion.
At our public record.
Okay, that's fine, yeah, so, yeah.
It's the net, too.
Yes, I want to make a motion that we accept a $2,000 bonus for our city clerk, Carla.
I'll second that.
And that's for her to net that amount.
That is for her to net, yes.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a net bonus for, as discussed, for our town manager, Kyle Brewer. The net is going to be $10,000.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries to compensate Cal Brewer. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, same sign. We are adjourned.